Well, good afternoon, or good evening, or good afternoon. Welcome and thank you to everyone in the audience and on our YouTube live stream for being here tonight with us. I call this meeting of Montgomery County School Board to order at 7:03 on October 6, 2020. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Our next item will be adopting our agenda. May I have a motion to adopt our agenda as presented?
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have an agenda. Next order of business is Dr. Meyer's announcements. Dr. Meyer.
Yes, thank you. We all just returned from the groundbreaking ceremony at Christiansburg Elementary and Christiansburg Primary Schools. Very excited about that. And I appreciate everyone who showed up to that. And our Christiansburg community is thriving and growing, and these schools are definitely going to help meet some of the needs that are there for our students in Christiansburg. And of course, we also did take an opportunity to talk about the next project. And the next project is Christiansburg High School. And so we are in the process of looking for an architect now. And Mr. Krantz will give you more information about that later on during our meeting. So the only other announcements is this. The last 4 weeks of school have been challenging. It's been challenging for everyone, for our families, for our students, for our teachers, and definitely recognize that. But I appreciate what everyone is doing. Our folks have really stepped up to the plate. I've been able to visit many classrooms, and our teachers are smiling on the camera at least, and they are working with students and just putting forth the greatest effort that I've ever seen. It's new for everyone. It's like everyone's a new year teacher, first year teacher. I feel like a first year superintendent. It's new for all of us. And, I want to thank our teachers, especially for their hard work and dedication to our students. And then too, there are many other employee groups. Our facilities and maintenance folks have done an excellent job. Our school level administrators have done an excellent job as well. And I appreciate what they have done to reimagine their buildings and to reimagine education. And of course, last but not least, our administrative team here. I appreciate all of you guys too. Y'all been working so hard for the past 7 months. Wasn't a normal summer for us, and it's not going to be a normal school year for us or anyone. But we're going to get through this, and we're going to continue to work hard. And Danny Knott, he's going to talk about some things that we're going to be doing for our employees. We're looking at some mental health resources for our employees, and really trying to support them there as well, and recognize that this is difficult. So, but thanks to everyone, and if you ever need anything, just let me know. Tomorrow morning, I'm doing another Q&A for the teachers. Anybody who wants to watch, and during the Q&A, it's over Zoom, and we already have some questions. If anyone has any questions, you can just type it in right there on the spot. You might have questions from this board meeting tonight that you might want to ask about, and I'll be glad to answer them tomorrow morning early. So we'll see if the night is left. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. Our next agenda item is our October Seniors of the Month. Unfortunately, the format is a little different, but we have a great presentation of their successes and their pictures. I wish we have them with us. I can't wait to that time to come, but the time being, this is the way it is. Thank you, Ms. Drake.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Meyer. A very special highlight of our board meeting is the recognition of a Senior of the Month from each of our 4 high schools. Photos and leadership profiles are displayed here in the auditorium for you now. Our presentation format provides a snapshot of each senior and a quote from their administrator or a teacher who nominated them for this recognition. Here to present this evening for each of their seniors is Chris Stewart, principal of Auburn High School, who will lead off, followed by Guyleen Wood-Setzer, the principal of Blacksburg High School, followed by Tony Deibler, principal of Christiansburg High School, and ending with Todd Lewis, the principal of Eastern Montgomery High School. So Chris, are you here? Come on up.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Meyer. It is my pleasure to recognize Auburn High School's Senior of the Month for the month of October, Dallin Matthew Hensel. I would like to take just a brief moment and read a statement from one of our staff members recognizing Dallin. Dallin is an outstanding young man. As he enters the building and his classes every morning, he greets everyone with a smile and a hello. It is always a pleasure to talk to Dallin about archery in school. He always makes time for other students and staff who speak to him. He's a great role model for the students of Auburn High School. The level of responsibility and maturity he shows is beyond his years. It has been a pleasure to get to know him over the last 4 years. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Meyer. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the Blacksburg Senior of the Month, Anna Lucille Fravel. And I will read to you a comment from Ms. Jan Scott, one of our teachers. Anna worked so hard to establish the Best Buddies Club at Blacksburg High School last year. She organized outside events and made sure that students had a way to attend those events. Even when the pandemic occurred, she still kept hosting virtual club meetings. She is a leader who follows through, does what she promises, and has a genuine passion for others. She has expressed her wish for the club to continue even amidst the pandemic. We are proud of all her work she has done so far to make this happen, and we are glad to recognize her as the Blacksburg High School Student of the Month.
It is my pleasure to inform the board that the Christiansburg High School Senior of the Month for October is Elaine Elizabeth Webb. This is what a few teachers have to say about Lena. She is an outstanding young woman who is enthusiastic, energetic, and encouraging. Lena wants to be a professional performer, and whether she is performing or working in the wings, Lena is always a reliable and passionate member of our drama program. And another teacher. Lena Webb is a bright spot of joy in the classroom. She always approaches life with a go-with-the-flow attitude. She's prepared and excels at school, but more than that, she consistently helps others and spreads positive energy. She works to find commonalities with everyone in the class and encourages, even in the chat and remote learning. She is an awesome student in person, and I'm thankful to have her in my class. Lena plans to attend Liberty University next fall and earn a degree in acting and minor in theology. Congratulations, Lena.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Meyer. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you and recognize the Eastern Montgomery High School Senior of the Month, Sarah Weatherspoon. Sarah is a fantastic young lady who is well-rounded as a student, as an athlete, and simply as a wonderful young lady. Perhaps her best qualities are highlighted in the following quote from one of her teachers, Mr. Stanley. If you have ever seen Sarah play soccer, then you would have some idea of her qualities as a student, a classmate, and a person. Sarah is a leader on the field and in the classroom, always giving her best, always working hard at improving, and happy to lend a hand. Just as she leaves it on the field in soccer, she always does the same and does her best in class. She is a good teammate and a good classmate, encouraging, helpful, compassionate, and responsible. Even when things get difficult on the field or in class, Sarah remains cheerful while exhibiting the grit and determination required to succeed. These characteristics will serve her well in class, on the field, and in life. And Mr. Sandland ended with, I even think she felt a little bad when she pied me in the face at our homecoming pep rally last year. Please join me in congratulating Sarah Weatherspoon as the EMHS Senior of the Month.
Congratulations to all our seniors, and I hope soon we'll be able to see our seniors in the building with us. Our next item on our agenda will be our public address portion. And at each time, and at this time, and at each time our regular scheduled meeting, the school board sets aside up to 30 minutes for residents, students, and employees to address the board about issues pertaining public education in the county. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to speak. The screens throughout the room and on the laptop will indicate when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining and when the 3 minutes has passed. As a reminder, the board does not respond to speakers during the public address. For members, at this time, we have received a request from a non-resident to speak during our address. Sean Bissell is a graduate of Blacksburg High School and a former member of 6-year planning team. Is anyone opposed to Mr. Bissell speaking us tonight?
The purpose. You said they're a former student.
It's a former Blacksburg High School student and also a former member of our 6-year strategic planning team. In fact, I was on the board with him, I think 2000, we were just discussing this, 2015, I think. I don't see any objection. Can we move forward? Sean Bissell, you come forward, please.
Good evening. It's been a while since I've been here. I pledge to be a kid for character. I will be worthy of trust. I will be respectful and responsible, doing what I must. I will always act with fairness. I will show that I care. I will be a good citizen and always do my share. That was the character pledge I recited every morning as an MCPS elementary student. And I believe it's unfortunate that students make this pledge while a few current and former board members, supposed leaders of the system, have displayed a lack of character through disrespect shown towards other members and experts in the community, and the propagating of dangerous misinformation and divisiveness. What is most disturbing is a continued campaign of defamation and misinformation on social media. These posts, which contain numerous inaccuracies and show a gross misunderstanding of public health, have often been supported by some current board members. The individuals posting like to tout previous degrees and professions, cherry-pick information, and cite guidelines whose own sources warn must be placed into context by public health officials in order to advance an agenda. It was misleading and irresponsible to post an article titled, "Virus Cases Surged in Young Adults, the Elderly Were Hit Next," with the comment that this could be Blacksburg soon, when local data had been presented by experts and did not support increased cases in middle-aged and elderly individuals 9 to 15 days after a case peaks. The article itself quoted a study from UNC Greensboro and Indiana University Bloomington that stated even though students gathered to live on or near campus when instruction was mostly remote, as both Virginia Tech and Radford University are, they didn't drive an increase in cases in those counties. This is exactly what local public health officials were seeing and messaging to you all and the community. A homemade graph was also recently posted as a rebuke to one presented to this board. According to our district's head epidemiologist, this graph uses data based on wholly incorrect assumptions. This same expert received his Master of Public Health in Epidemiology from one of the nation's top programs and has over 20 years experience in the field with the U.S. Air Force. He knows his stuff, and his expertise allows him to take data, provide context, and transform it into actionable information, which is what should be used to make decisions. The epidemiology of the pandemic supports that COVID is spread through close personal contact, social contact, not through errands to grocery stores or to the post office, as has been suggested. The CDC classifies a close contact as when an individual is within 6 feet of an infected person for at least 15 minutes. I want to end with a quote from an area medical professional. One of the problems that we as a nation are having is that unqualified people with a bully pulpit are injecting an unnecessary amount of emotion into an already emotional situation for so many. Their concern is justified, but they lack the medical perspective and expertise to temper that concern with sound judgment. This is exactly what we are seeing from a small group here in the NRV, unfortunately.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Austin Bissell. Please come forward, state your name and address. And after Austin, we have Becky Hertling.
Good evening. My name is Austin Bissell, 504 Stonegate Drive, Blacksburg. I am an alumni from MCPS, class of 2018, and current Virginia Tech student. As a trained EMT and contact tracer, let me shed some light on contact tracing. The process is robust, and our community is overall very willing and participate in providing information. I believe each member should review the roles and responsibilities they hold as school board officials, including the established standards of conduct, which states that while attending meetings and otherwise conducting the business of the school board, every member should conduct himself or herself in a professional, courteous manner. Secondly, I hope this board will lead this school system, as they have been chosen to do so, by alleviating residents' fears through the presentation of options that allows students and staff to make choices based on their unique situation, like is currently done in the reopening plan, and by working with the New River Health District to provide accurate facts and education. Finally, I hope the board and all of its members decide to engage the New River Public Health Task Force and the leaders of its member organizations in a professional dialogue and working relationship. They are the true experts, the true heroes who are working day in and day out to unite this community as it navigates life with COVID. My brother and I ask you to consider being part of this region's successful public health response. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual is Becky Hertling, and then we have Susanna Bingley.
Good evening. I'm Becky Hertling. I live at 3845 Schoolhouse Drive in Reiner, Virginia. And I'm a teacher at Christiansburg Middle School. I have to tell you, I'm tired. Every teacher I talk to, we're tired. I'm a science teacher. I use the analogy that I feel like I'm in control room number 4 at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Every alarm is going off, people mashing buttons like crazy, and we're just waiting for the meltdown. I go in each day, I put on my mask, and not just this mask, I put on my teacher mask. If you've ever been a teacher, you know what that is, right? I smile, my eyes light up. I work with kids, I congratulate them when they're doing good, I help them when they're not. But as soon as that camera's turned off and as soon as the kids walk out, it all just fades. We received an email on September 28th asking to extend our school day and how we felt about that. I would love to have more time with my kids. But I feel like right now, with the way we are doing the synchronous instruction, more time is not going to help us. First off, we need some consistencies. Families need consistency. Kids need consistency. We've said that from day one. Tired teachers need consistency. I don't feel like I can get as much done with the synchronous learning, but it's not time. It's conductivity. Kids are losing internet. It's my Chromebook doesn't work. It's kids that aren't logging on, or when they are on, they're not participating. Time really doesn't fix that. And as teachers, it doesn't sound like a lot to add 15 minutes to a class, but when you're already putting in 50 and 60 hours, and then you're saying, for me, it would be 3 hours more instructional time a week. Those 3 hours are going to have to come from my planning time, which I'm going to have to make up somewhere else. 6 hours. You would never ask a 40-hour employee to add 15% to their workload with no compensation and no support. So why would you do it to teachers? Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual is Susanna Bingley, and then we have Nicholas Rensberger.
Good evening. I live at 2812 Mount Vernon Lane. My name is Susanna Bingley, and I teach 8th grade algebra and math 8 at Blacksburg Middle School. As you know, last week a survey was sent out asking secondary students, teachers, and parents if they would like to see increased instructional time in our current schedule. While parents were mostly split on the matter, the vast majority of both teachers and students support keeping the schedule the way it is. Listen to that again. The vast majority of the people involved in the teaching and learning experiment that we're doing do not think adding more time will help. As a teacher, I voted with that vast majority. But on the survey, I had no place to explain my choice. So tonight, I will explain my choice now, and I hope that I can speak for the many secondary teachers across the county. Teachers know exactly what their voting against more instructional time looks like. It looks like we don't want to teach any more than we have to, or that we're trying to sidestep doing our job, or that we're lazy. That's why that survey angered me so much. A one-dimensional, one-question survey doesn't paint the whole picture, does it? And this is a complicated picture. I mean, on paper, increasing instructional time really does look like a good idea. But here's the problem. Having half your kids in the room, and we're talking middle school kids, and the other half at home is exceedingly difficult to pull off. And by the way, teachers did not agree to that model. No teacher said that they thought teaching half here and half there would be a good idea. It's not in-person teaching and it's not remote teaching. It's actually the worst of both worlds. So while we are doing our very best, we are working astronomical hours each week. And it's not a good model. So how is more of a bad thing a good thing? Quality is the key, not quantity. Asking a middle school student to sit and stay engaged and focused on a screen for 1.25 hours and then turn around and do it again with no break, it's just too much. Asking our remote middle schoolers to stare at a screen for 5 hours a day, that's inappropriate. And teachers, we matter too. Like Dr. Meyer said, we are working endlessly. And there's a reason that MCPS is increasing their mental health resources for teachers. So increasing a class by 15 minutes doesn't sound like much. But for me personally, that's 4 hours a week now that you're taking away from my planning time. And we teachers really have no extra planning time as it is. We are overwhelmed, overloaded, and frustrated. Please understand that every single thing we do takes longer, everything. Almost nothing we have done or used in the past works in our classrooms now without hours, seriously hours, of revamping and tweaking. Grading takes longer, planning takes longer, remediating takes longer, communicating with students far longer. So please don't take away that time that we need to do the job that you're asking us to do. Please understand that adding class time does take away our planning time. And if you add quantity, you will be losing quality.
Thank you, Ms. Bingley. I appreciate it. The next individual is Nicholas Rensberger.
Hi, my name is Nico Rensberger. I live at 1672 Harding Road, Blacksburg, Virginia. I'm a junior at Christiansburg High School, and I'd like to speak about the schedule from the perspective of a student. Going into this school year, our spirits were low and we were stressed. In class, you could tell that the teachers and staff were feeling the same way. The sudden switch to all remote learning was hard on us, but even more so on our teachers. Though we're glad to be back, the thought has crossed everyone's mind. When are they going to send us all home again? Our schedule has been changed and disputed so many times already this year. It's making everything more difficult than necessary. The purpose of a school system is to educate students. How can it possibly be effective without our thoughts being considered? 84% of students are opposed to a change in the schedule. Additionally, when you disregard teachers, 78% of whom are opposed to the change, this directly affects our education. They need time to prepare for their classes. These 15 extra minutes will not drastically change how much we can accomplish in a class. Instead, they will serve to cut away an hour of our teachers' planning time. This will actively make each class less productive, as teachers would be more stressed than they already are. Remote learning is not ideal. Keeping a high schooler's attention via a screen for an hour is not an easy feat. Adding 15 minutes for the online classes would make keeping focus even harder and nearly impossible. With the majority of teachers, students, and nearly half of parents opposed, it seems clear that this change would not benefit the community. I ask you to listen to the experience of students and teachers who spend every day at school. I am a student. This is my education you are deciding on. I take it seriously, and I ask that you do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That wraps up all the individuals signed up to speak tonight for us. So that will close our public address portion, and the next item will be consent agenda. I would like to thank United Way of NRV for the donation to school nutrition program at Christiansburg High School. And if you don't have any questions or you don't want to take any consent item out, we'll approve them as they are. Our consent agenda is approved. Next item is payment of the bills. May I have a motion to approve the payment of the bills as presented?
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and second. Any questions regarding the bills? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We pay our bills. And then you'll see two financial summary reports. One of them is for the month of August. May I have a motion to acknowledge the receipt of our financial summary report for August?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any question regarding the financial summary report? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We approve our report. And the next one is financial summary report for month of September. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and second. I can second Ms. Parton. Any discussions, any questions regarding that one? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We approve the receipt of the report. And now we're entering our business part of the meetings. As you see, board members, it is quite long. So I will kind of request we will keep our board member reports short. And any board member would like to start?
I don't have any board reports, so
Okay.
I'll just move right on past me.
Thank you, Ms. Bond. Ms. Bond?
I don't have anything, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barton, Ms. Franklin? Ms. Gass?
Yeah, I just want to say, put a reminder out there to everyone to just check their peach jar in their email, because we have some really good flyers going out about groups and things that can help students, teachers, families with coping with everything that's going on. We've got some real good community events and community groups getting together for support. So I just encourage everyone, if you haven't already looked at it, to maybe go back and look through the flyers and see if there's anything there that might be of benefit to help you. I know we've got a lot of good things getting put together. So just wanted to remind everyone of that.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
So I just would like to thank all the folks who are reaching out in many different ways. Your input is important, and trying our best. I know I'm trying my best to try to at least read them, and maybe I could run a 2-word comment to some. But thank you for the input.
Any other board member reports? Ms. Cass, do you have a report?
No.
Okay. I would like to, thank everyone coming to CPA-CES groundbreaking, number one. And also I would like to thank all the emails we received from parents, students, and teachers alike. We appreciate your input, and I always like to hear from you. And in a short report, I attended a couple VSBA events, and the last one will be actually with Ms. Graham this morning. Is about the parliamentary procedures. So it was an interesting one. Then I'm moving forward. So I don't hear anything else. Dr. Meyer, I think the grant proposals are next.
Yes. All right, so we have some grant proposals for this evening. 2020 VTSF online STEM lectures. MCPS is part of the education outreach program for this Virginia Tech grant. The VT team would create a series of online lectures designed to increase student awareness of industrial and systems engineering. VT would coordinate with Dr. Julie Farley, MCPS Virginia Tech liaison, to identify MCPS teachers to provide input and feedback on the videos. Dr. Farley would like to facilitate sharing the completed videos with MCPS teachers. We're asking you to approve this grant tonight.
May I have a motion to approve the grant title Online STEM Lectures as presented?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Any questions, board members? I'm excited to see all those grants. If there's no question, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We approve our first grant.
Okay, thank you. Next is CARES Set Aside. We're applying for set aside funds through the CARES Act to support our remote instructional program, our in-person program, and social emotional support for our students. We're asking you to approve this grant proposal tonight.
May I have a motion to approve the grant title CARES Set Aside Competitive Awards?
So moved.
I have double motions and a second. Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We approve our second grant.
Okay, thank you. Next, 2020 School Security Equipment Grant Program. The School Security Equipment Grant is one that we apply for every year. This year, we're requesting funds to purchase equipment and software that would increase video storage capacity of our security systems. We're asking you to approve this grant proposal tonight.
I have a motion to approve the grant title 2020 School Security Equipment Grants Program.
So moved.
Second.
I have this time motion and double seconds. Thank you all. Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We approve the third one.
Okay. Next is the Southwest Virginia Mixed Delivery Preschool Projects. This grant will fund an additional 30 to 40 openings for at-risk students in our county to attend a community-based preschool provider. The state decreased funding for the MCPS preschool program this past year. This grant will help support the students who could not be accommodated by our program. We're asking you to approve this grant proposal tonight.
So moved.
Second.
Sorry.
Yes, that's okay. May I have a motion to approve? I have a motion.
I just want to thank Mr. Schultz for all the work on getting
Yeah.
these grants because these are awesome things that we need to help our teachers and students. So thank you so much.
I know I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, good. I'm sorry, I missed on that. If there's another question or just comment, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We approve our last grant.
Okay. Next, Bullying Prevention Month. The SBA has designated October as Bullying Prevention Month. Tonight, we're asking you to approve a resolution supporting Bullying Prevention Month in MCPS.
May I have a motion to approve the Bullying Prevention Month resolution as presented?
So
Board
moved.
members.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments? If not, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We approve the resolution. Thank you.
Okay. Next is a first reading of a policy. It's 5-4.5. This proposed policy changes adjust the weight of the standards used in teacher evaluation. The standards addressing professional knowledge, instructional planning, instructional delivery, assessment of, and for student learning environment and student academic progress shall each count for 15% of the evaluation and performance rating. The professionalism standard will count for 10%. Currently, standard 7, which is the academic progress, counts for 40%. And so the state is allowing us to drop that and make it more equitable across all areas. So we're recommending that it go from 40% on basically the test scores that we're evaluating teachers on down to 15%. And so we've discussed this throughout the summer. We'll ask you to approve this at the November 3rd meeting, but it would go in effect for this school year immediately. And so, Mr. Knotts here, if you have any questions about that.
I have a question. So I know I brought this up during the summer, but I'd like to bring it up again, especially in light of this particular year. My understanding is that the assessment standard 7, could go as low as 10%. And so I'm trying to understand why we would not do 10% instead of 15%. I feel as though, especially that the emphasis on measuring a teacher's performance based on student performance is not the best way to measure performance. So I would like to see that be lower.
So we had a committee that met and we had representatives from the MCEA with us on that committee. The percentages that we're recommending were also recommended by the state as the state model. And in our discussions on that committee, everyone agreed and felt like this was a really good move for us to follow that same model and to lower that standard 7 percentage down to 15%.
Oh, I think it's better than 40 for sure. I don't disagree with that. I just feel that particular standard, it should be as low as it. I think that teachers need to be, it should be part of the evaluation to some degree, but especially in light of this particular coming school year.
Well, and it is a requirement from the state that we have that
It's in there, I
standard, yes.
understand. I would like to see it be temporary.
Well, and I'll say this too, one thing that has sort of been a norm is that teachers writing goals based on SOL test. We're going away from that this year. For one, we might not have SOL test. Okay. Two, I don't think SOL test is a proper measurement of student growth. I think teachers can do other things to show student growth in their classrooms, and it's about student growth, not necessarily if they pass a test or not. Some students walk through the door the first day, they could possibly pass it the first day. Some could get great instruction all year and still not pass it. It's about how students grow during the school year in your classroom. So we're trying to encourage teachers to come up with some type of way to find growth in kids during the year and show that they grow, as opposed to having so much emphasis on one test on one given day that might not even occur this year. So.
And this way, all our standards will be 15, and except one will be 10. All right.
Would be 10%. Yes, ma'am.
So didn't we have this discussion already?
We never brought
Yeah, we did.
We did.
Okay.
And we didn't bring the policy because I made a mistake. I thought in the policy change that we made last year, we took the percentages out of the policy. And that is totally my fault. And in going back and looking at it, I discovered that we needed to bring this to you. One other thing in here that we're doing is we want to reduce the informal observations that we're doing this year because of the pandemic and take some of that off of teachers' shoulders. And with this policy, we're taking those informals out, except for first-year teachers who are required by the state to have one informal during the first semester. And we want to change that this year to just two, one in the first semester, one in the second semester. With the current policy, we can't do that because it requires four. And we want to have that flexibility for things like this in the future. We still think informal observations, evaluations are good, but this gives us more flexibility with that.
Okay, so with everything that's going on and everything that our teachers and administrators are having to deal with, how, if the board should pass this, how are we communicating that to folks so that maybe take a little bit more off of their stress level?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm gonna start tomorrow morning with my Q&A where all the teachers or most all of them are watching, and let them know that we're doing this for them, and it will be immediate, and hopefully that will take some things off their shoulders. There's no doubt.
We also have principals meeting tomorrow, and we'll be sharing this with both elementary and secondary principals.
Yeah, we won't let them know it immediately. Hopefully this will give some relief to what they're having to do right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we'll approve it in our first meeting in November, right? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, next, Mr. Kranz is here to provide an update on our construction projects. Excited about the update, Mr. Kranz. And also, Mr. Price is here. He might help with some of the questions for an architect.
There you go.
Good evening. This is going to be real quick, and it's just intended to cover the major capital projects that we have going on. So the first one is obviously the CPS, CES, and VES. This gives you a view from the backside of the property. You can tell on the left-hand, on my left, where we're going to be doing the parent drop-off so that we get traffic off of Betty Drive and begin to have a safer environment there. On the back end, you can see where the new classrooms are going to be constructed, and I'll show you a little bit greater detail. The front, we're going with, instead of just a flat canopy at all three of our sites, CPS, CES, and VES, more of a wave type look. So we give it a little character, a little color, and a little flair for that building. It's not just a red brick school building. You can see that in the kind of the yellowish, that's the new construction. So in this school, we'll be constructing 18 classrooms. The blue is what we define as major renovations. So you can tell where currently the classrooms are that have no walls. We're going to be going into that space and putting new ceilings in, new lighting in, and creating a school inside of a traditional school look and not the open concept. And then the pinkish area represents what minor renovations we may do, which could be lighting, ceiling, but it's not going to be the major that you'll see in the rest of the building. You also notice in the front of CPS, the yellow, we're going to take the whole area from the administrative side and create a more secure environment, as well as updating what's currently in place in that space. Our timelines, we start our additions here in October, as well as our site work. Phase 1 renovation, which is and we've divided our renovation work into a couple phases with our delay that we've had in doing the construction. We'll start on June of 21. We'll complete that renovation work by August of 21, and we're very aggressive. We worked with Branch on this. We're all comfortable with this timeline, but we are going to be hitting the gas pedal extremely hard throughout this schedule to get it done. The additions that we started in October, we complete on or before November of 21. We actually think we can do a little bit better there. One of the driving factors for us will be two. One will be the timing it takes us to get materials. We're starting to see a little bit of a slowdown again with COVID. The second thing will be the weather. We think November is very solid, that it won't go beyond that date. We actually think it can happen sooner, but we put down a realistic date on that one. Phase 2 renovations will begin in January of 22. And this data points, we've had discussions with each of the 3 schools' principals, and we'll be working closely with them to finalize these plans as we look not just for what's going to happen this school year, what'll happen next summer, what'll happen the following school year, so that we all know how we're going to move pieces and with the least disruption to everybody inside the buildings. The overall site work should be completed by August of 22. And CPS's site work is not just doing that driveway. We're redoing the whole front parking area, okay? We also, as we're doing that, we have to do major drainage work on that particular property. So there's a lot of site-related work that you won't see at a CES or at a BES. Phase 2 renovations, we should be completed on or before November of 22. And that would then get a CPS complete. On CES, this is a back view you'd have behind you CPS. On the left-hand side, or my left, you can see the gym. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the classroom addition. We're building here 9 classrooms, 7 in the classroom addition, and then 2 inside the gym area. You can notice to the left of the gym, there's a canopy, and you'll see it in the next slide. This is where we propose for parents to drop off. So again, we're creating a way to get traffic off of Waits Lane as well as Betty Drive. And that's one of our bigger objectives that we had. On that particular slide, you see how the canopy is? That's the canopy that'll be in the front. Okay, I apologize that we don't have a nice rendering. It's not JD's fault, it's nobody's fault but mine. But it will look, the canopy that you see here, that's the look that we're going to have in the front of the school. Again, giving it some appeal, giving it some feel, giving it something other than a school building. You can see the layout that we're doing. This school, you're going to see, is a much tighter time frame because of its age, because of some of the size of the rooms and the things we're doing. There's lots and lots of work that has to be done on this particular site. So we'll start in October with both additions and site work. We will have completed our site work by June of 21. We'll begin our minor renovations in June of 21. The Area A renovations, which is the annex building, will begin in June of 21. The minor renovations noted in June will be finished by August of 21. The Area A renovations, the annex building, will also be completed by August of 21. The administration renovation will begin in January of '22, and the admin renovation should be finished July of '22. Extremely tight, but all the parties have worked extremely hard in developing this timeline as well as the budget you're going to see, and we all feel very comfortable that it's doable. We may be living there, but we all believe it can be done. BES has its own unique problems. We have to, in working with VDOT as we were going through the approval process, we have to build turning lanes on the highway, on both sides. Our site work there is going to be a little bit longer, and a little bit more difficult. The coordination at that school, and let me say, all three principals have been great to work with. They have worked with us extremely well. They've been very, very cooperative, and it's been a true team effort. But the way to success here will be continuing that team effort from everybody, because coordination and communication will be the two things that will make this successful. You can see the new canopy that will go the length of their bus route in the front. Again, giving it more than just a red brick school building. We have in this particular school 8, I think I got my number right, 8 classrooms and a new gym. And you can see most of the school is going to be major renovations. Our timeline will start possibly in October. We still think we can do our site. The addition may be October. It might actually get pushed back to November. The gym and the classroom renovation will begin in June of '21. Site work will begin August of '21, be completed. The gym will be completed by August of '21. We'll begin the administration renovations in January, and then complete the administration renovations in July of '22. On how we're going to fund this. So the bond issue was $35 million, as you recall. The GMP, and these numbers are fairly close. I have gotten an update literally about an hour before the meeting, so I'll try to go through that real quick. The GMP was 34.9 million. With the delays that we've had and just rechecking the market, it's gone out to slightly above 35. We've worked with Kathy, and we've already lowered it back so that it will be at $35 million and not a penny above it. Things that we will have outside of our GMP will be the mobile units that we've had to move at CES as well as at CPS. We also at CPS, because of the grade levels there, we have a restroom modular, both the boys and the girls side. We will have our furniture, fixtures, and equipment that will be integral to this. That's not inside the GMP. And then we'll have, so the GMP says everything that's in that construction document. There's no exceptions. That's what Branch has got to do. So what we pay for $35 million, they have to deliver that document. Now, if there's something outside of that document, then that's something we would have to negotiate. And that's the unknown I'm talking about. To do what's in the four corners is $35 million. That's that. There's no ands or buts about it. They have to deliver that. And they understand that, and I'm very well understand that. And that's what we'll hold them to. So how are we going to handle the costs that are outside of the GMP? So remember that as we were closing out our year in 2020, we had capital funds of $2.086 million that we've now set aside. We also, when the county froze the FY21 capital budget, that's $2.146 million. We also, in one of our supplemental appropriations, had some dollars that we didn't have specified for a specific project, and that was $422,000, which gave us capital funds of $4.654 million. We're estimating that the cost outside of the GMP is about $3 million, okay? Now, that's just an estimate. As we've been going just to get to the plan and get the documents and get the permits, we'll now fine tune those budgeted numbers and get it to as low a number as possible, which would leave us funds for other projects of $1.654 million, okay? Or if things get to be, if we find just an unknown hole, we have dollars available to make sure we can complete these projects as we currently have outlined here. The Operations Center. What we've done, we've removed the 2 front trees. If you haven't seen the front of the property, I encourage you to go there. We were asked to take those trees down, and let me say, it makes a marked difference to the look of that property.
They were dead trees.
They were dead, yes. We did not take out, excuse me, I didn't, good point. We are abating on all the front windows. The abatement has 4 more windows to complete. That'll be done this week. The installation of the windows will begin in about 2 weeks. As soon as those windows show up, we're ready to go with the install. The gutter and the fascia boards on the op center will all be done as part of the installation of the windows when we have the lift. We're currently painting on the operations side and the warehouse side. They're doing an outstanding job. We're looking at expanding that work so that we thought we'd do it in phases, but we're going to see what their costs are. And if it's reasonable, complete all the painting on all 3 buildings. We've done all the exterior doors. We're using our personnel as much as we can. We're currently designing, and we hope to have the design and the budget in October here very soon on both the garage and the parking lot. Give you a look. You can see from the front, we've gone and redone the asphalt there. We've restriped it. You can see the wood that's in the windows. That's where we've done our abatement. And it gives you a good feel for what the property looks like today. And this is just a sample of it. As we continue to do more and more there, it's going to get better and better and better. We're funding that. When we closed out prior capital projects, which I had done in a supplemental appropriation, it was $1,420,985. And right now, to the best of our knowledge, it's still a solid number for what we've got. Christiansburg High School, the architect RFQ is on the street. We know it's on the street because I've gotten phone calls from a number of architectural firms. So there's a lot of interest in this project. We hope to select the architect on or before November 15th via a committee process. So the committee will go review the proposals, select which ones are all to bring in for in-person interviews, and then from the in-person interviews, do the selection. The first draft of the design, I think actually we may have it in December, but January of 21. Project the completion date of the design and the budget is December of 21. With us to begin having the completion of the construction drawings and our permits by the spring of 22. Work with the county on securing the funding during 2020. We already have begun conversations. We don't have anything to report from a commitment standpoint, but the county is well aware of our timelines and the need for funding because once we have the construction plans, we need to be rolling out the dirt. And then we'll meet with district personnel, school personnel, stakeholders throughout the year. The design is going to be a community project. It's going to be everybody involved in it. And that's why it's going to take us as long as for a year to do that. Now, a year is aggressive with all the groups we want to meet with, but we think it's very, very doable, and we'd like to get to market as quickly as we possibly can. So begin construction in the spring, assuming we get our construction documents done and our permits. We think the additions can be completed in the summer of 2023. The renovations would begin during the summer of 2023. And we think the renovations can be completed either in the summer or fall of 2024, depending on the scope. And it also will depend on our funding and whether how do we work things with students in building or we take everybody out of the building. There's obviously pluses and minuses on both scenarios. Cambria Street property. We went out for marketing services. Those came back. I should see those sometime this week. They were due on Monday, the 5th. There was at least 4 firms that I know of that were going to submit. We had about 7 actually visit the property, and I think only 1 has elected not to submit a proposal. We hope to have the firm selected by November of 2020. From there, we'll work with them on the development of a solid marketing plan. And the goal for sale of the property is obviously as soon as we possibly can, but I think realistically, you're looking at probably 12 to 18 months. It's a unique property with unique opportunities, and it's going to take the right buyer to see that potential in that property, match what their strengths are, and that's going to be the party that's going to buy that property from us. Any questions?
I have one. Can we go back to that slide of the front canopy on Christiansburg Elementary School? Understanding that every dollar counts at this point, but looking at the other schools, the facade in the front, to me, that canopy, is that set in stone? Is there, it just?
Well, that's the project that I don't have a rendering of the true front canopy.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I
So the
heard a little of that.
canopies you see, right? the
But we're not
canopy-
using this, right?
No.
Okay, we're good.
It'll be similar. It's not going to be too dissimilar.
So go to
Well,
the
I mean, to me,
canopy
that
on
just looks like a side entrance.
Bellevue.
It doesn't, if that's going to be front of the school.
So if you
It's
look
going to
at-
look,
Okay,
it's
I
going to
just feel
look,
like that's kind of flat.
it's going to look more
drab.
like Bellevue.
Look at
Okay.
Bellevue.
That's
That's
what
what
I was
that
looking at
canopy's
these
gonna
other
look like.
canopies. I'm going,
Yeah.
wait,
They're going to all,
got to do something better.
no, Bellevue, CPS, CES are going to look very similar. They're going to have different colors, so they'll have
Yeah, I'm not
a different
concerned
feel,
about
but
the
it's very
colors,
similar.
It just seemed like that was an umbrella. And I'm
That
thinking,
canopy's gonna be down to the entire sidewalk, just like that.
okay,
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
That one on the side,
I
that's
thought
just,
I
that's
heard
where
that-
parents, that's just a parent
That's the
drop
parent
off
pickup.
and a parent pickup. So they're going in and out of one door.
That's the gym. isn't it?
That's the side of the gym.
Okay, gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha. Well, I was trying to look at the other pictures to see if I saw a different front for the facade, and I couldn't find.
No, that's just that one entry, and so it's a little bit different look that you're
Okay.
going to have at that one point.
Gotcha. We're good. Just want to double check. Thank
Can
you.
we get one of those pretty soon?
Well,
Yeah, it'll take about 2 days, and we could get you
it's-
one.
It's fine, as long as.
We can get that to y'all. Today's
Okay.
Tuesday, so by the end of this week, we could
Really?
have it in your
I take your
the
word.
telegram.
It's good.
Did I say that right?
I would say by the
The
next
Tuesday
meeting.
telegram?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could attach it there.
By next Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, next
Next
Tuesday.
meeting's fine.
Yeah.
I believe you. Trust you. We're good.
Yeah.
I have a couple questions if you're finished with
I am,
mine.
thank you.
Operations Center, the
Mhm.
garage, how's
Mhm.
that coming? Did I miss that?
We're doing the design as we speak.
Okay.
We hope to have the design within the next week or two that we'll have can do solid budgets.
Okay.
If the design comes out, we've had numerous meetings, so, it's been a work in process. I think it'll be close to finish. If it's at that point and it fits inside our budget, then we'll be able to start and we've also communicated to the town throughout our process, so the town's very aware. We've made minor changes as they've communicated things to us. So we're trying to get to, as soon as we complete it, we got constructions, we can start getting permits as quickly as possible.
Okay, great. And could you pull up, since you're close, the CES layout plan? Just want to make sure that we put in that 7th classroom. I'm
So-
sure you did, JD,
We did.
but
You did. You've
Okay.
got 7
I see
on the
them.
one side and then
on
2
the end
across
of
by
I
the
see it
gym.
right
Different
away.
on the right.
Yeah, great, thank
Yep.
you. That was all I had, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a couple. Doesn't look like a lot of windows.
Ma'am,
It doesn't look like there's a lot of windows
on,
on all of them.
You go to one of those renderings. Is that the, yeah, like that.
Right.
JD, I'm gonna let you answer the window
It's
issue.
the same window we put in at Falling Branch. So if you're in one of the classrooms in the additions, it's that same amount of glazing in the addition at Falling Branch.
But how much sunlight? I mean, I guess that's
It
what
just,
it's
I agree, it
spending.
looks like it's more falling.
It looks like there's more.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
CES is deceiving because you're looking at the gym on the left,
Right.
and a lot of the wall on the right is below the floor because we're making up the
Right.
grade change there.
Classrooms are on the right side.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It still doesn't look like a lot of windows.
There's 3 classrooms on that side, is that correct?
Yes.
Correct. Yes.
So it's one window per classroom.
How big is it?
How big is it? Oh,
rest of our Christmas. I want to say it's 10 feet wide, 6 feet tall.
It's one window.
Right.
I just see the prison that we have right now at Christiansburg with no windows. And I would not like to have to go into CES, CPS and not have good windows, okay? Because they have great windows right now.
True. Now, an elementary school is a little bit different because of the amount of wall space they require for word walls, number lines, all the material that they like to keep on the walls. So we did work with the teachers, especially at Falling Branch, but also at these two schools to make sure that we had the correct storage for them. That ate up a lot of wall space. So we did consider that along with the windows and trying to find the right balance of storage versus window.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the other at CPS. So when we put walls up in buildings before that didn't have walls in different places, then the HVC became an issue or concern. We're dealing with that at Christiansburg right now. How is this going to work?
The HVAC?
Yeah.
So we have totally new HVAC at Christiansburg Primary designed around this classroom layout. And those walls, most of them go all the way to the roof deck, and they have sound insulation all the way up to help us mitigate sound from classroom to classroom. And again, it's totally new HVAC that's designed for these classrooms.
So you just said something. Most of the walls will go all the way up?
Yes, all the way to the roof deck.
Okay, because at Auburn Middle, years ago, when they tried to do that, it was an issue. Okay, we're not going to have issues, and we're going to have walls that go all the way up.
Right. Some terminate just above the ceiling. Most go all the way up to the roof deck. You won't see any low walls in that school.
Okay.
No.
So when we're talking about the annex building, what building are we talking about?
The fifth grade wings at CES.
I'm
That
sorry.
fifth grade wing.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, yes.
What's going to be?
That's, we're just going to kind of gut it and then redo lighting.
Art and music.
Yeah,
the
we changed
specialties.
it. Specialties too.
Go into that space.
That prompts another question I have. Are we going to close that in?
The walkway, we could not within the budget.
Okay.
We looked, that was something that had to come out. We just could not make those numbers work.
Sure, I understand.
We could not make that. Now, we'll look at, as we go through this job, under this agreement we have with Branch. So what she's talking about is where that blue is, that annex, that little pink that goes from the side to it. Well, there is shared savings that takes place. And those dollars could be used to look at enclosing that. And that's one of the first things on our list if the dollars come up.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, JD. Thank you, Mr. Kranz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All exciting.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're still up, Mr. Krantz, on enrollment.
You want to do ADM?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So as you may recall, our ADM, we're paid off of our March 31 numbers. Okay? And the ADM is a weighted factor. It said that it's based off of how many days am I enrolled in the school system. So if you measure it over 100 days and I'm here, if I'm registered in the system for 100 days, then it's 1. If I'm here 90 of the days, then I'm here for only 9/10 of 1. So that's a real simple calculation of your ADM. As you recall, there's been a lot of concerns within the country as to what was going to happen with COVID and the impact it was on K-12 schools. The data presented to the General Assembly to date does not take any action. This is the information to protect the financial impact of the declining ADM as of September 30th versus September 30th, 19. So the intent is what they call hold harmless. Pay the districts at the higher of the two numbers, or pay it all based off of what it was in FY 20. So that's the hold harmless that's being discussed within the General Assembly as we speak. The school district, as we discussed, is based on the ADM at March 31st. On September 30th, 2021 of 20, our ADM was 9,534 students. That does not include pre-K. Pre-K is funded outside of the basic student aid. On September 30th of 2019, our number was 9,844 students. That decrease of 281 students represents a 2.85% decline. Now, here's where the real kicker is, and this is why it's imperative that we do everything we can to get the General Assembly to maintain the hold harmless provision. That's a decrease in our revenues of $1,756,000. And that's real dollar loss that would take place inside of our budget. Any questions on the ADM? And we'll continue. This will get updated. We'll see what the General Assembly is going to do with our whole budget, because it's also, what is the state going to do to K-12 education in our budgets? Right now, we froze $6.9 million of revenue. That was $1.55 million from the county, and the remainder came from primarily state, but also federal. Federal has not declared what their budgets will be. So to date, we're not certain as to what Title I and the related title funds will be. So, excuse me, sir. Yes, sir.
I just heard that they're not going to pass the hold harmless during this session. They're going to now push it off to January. It's like we're halfway through our fiscal year.
Yeah.
And we're driving in the dark.
Yes, sir.
So we still don't know what the state's going to do. We were hoping that they could get this done now.
Yeah.
And actually, so we can budget in our current budget year.
Yeah.
And it's making it really difficult as we're moving forward. And so, Mr. Kranz is watching it real closely, and we'll continue to watch that. We're hoping our ADM will come up. Our average daily membership, because we started later,
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
actually made a difference, because
Yeah.
it's not as many days to
Yeah.
average in.
It's
And then even getting kids in school the first few days. Of course, when kids aren't signing on remote, they get counted absent. That can affect us. Our actual enrollment numbers are much higher than our ADM. They're usually a little closer. So I'm hoping that we can, get these kids in school. So but
course,
it's
it's
important.
hard to compare the September 2020 and September 2019 because we didn't start the same time the school year.
You have 17
So-
days in 20
Yeah, so
and
that, of
33 days
course-
in 19. So
So
it's
I-
almost a 2-for-1.
Yeah, I wish there's an adjustment for that, because we're not going to come to that point
Correct.
till we go into 33 days. So that will be somewhere in October, not end of September.
And that's why I believe it's not prudent to take any action at this time. But it is, as Dr. Meyer says, we're watching it. We're watching it almost daily. We'll continue to watch it. And then once good information comes available and you can see what the clear picture is, then you can make the informed decisions.
Are they given any reason why they want to kick this can down the road?
I mean, not really.
No reason.
And it looks like it's going to be January. I do know that they did a lot of social justice bills got passed by both the House and the Senate. And I know that they'd like to fund those, but I think that's where the issue is how you're going to fund everything that everybody wants to do.
So in January, it'll look different?
Just between you and me, no, ma'am, it's not.
Yeah, probably. Nothing is going to change.
Right.
No, ma'am. And what's worse is what's doing to every school district in this state.
You basically paying the bills and don't know if you have money,
Correct.
and it's not the way to operate. But
And
it's
I think we did, as a county, we sent that we should hold harmless. I think I saw that
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Meadows did.
Yes.
And I remember you sending Dr. Meyer something to, I think, Delegate Hurst,
Yes, I've sent
Senator
it
Edwards as
to
well.
Senator
So
delegates as well. Yep.
Yeah, hopefully they will get their act together there.
So every school division in the state is
Yeah.
thanks to them in regards to
I
this.
mean, my hope is, since we're not alone in this, we'll get some help,
Right.
hopefully. Any other questions to Mr. Krantz? Thank you, Mr. Krantz.
Thank you, Ms. Krantz. Next, we have a team of tonight to update us on the COVID-19 response. We'll start with Mr. Garrettson, presenting the regular data overview. Mr. Garrettson.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Meyer. Happy fall. In the graph over to your right. Our demographic data since March, again, these numbers only go up because they're total numbers. But you can see that again, we group the 0 to 19 age group and the 20 to 69 age group. We report cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. Our demographic data for the New River Health District has remained fairly steady. These numbers have been close throughout the entire time. You see the true number on the left, and then you have the comparable number for the Southwest Virginia population for that particular race on the right there. And of course, at the bottom on the bar graph, you see the division also between male and female. Our locality VDH information from Montgomery County, you see our total cases again, 10 new cases were reported today. You see our 7-day average of 27.1, and you can see the additional 6 days that went along to calculate that number. Again, our 7-day average has declined for the past 3 weeks. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Sorry about that. The past 3 weeks from a high of 71, and you can see that illustrated there on the right in the graph. As far as our outbreaks for the New River Health District, this has remained very much the same, 8 total outbreaks, slight increase in outbreak cases and cases among healthcare workers. You will note that VDH, as of last week, started breaking that out a little bit of particular interest for us. If you look in the box on the right, college, university, and K-12, that used to be grouped together as educational setting. They've split that out for us now, so you can see those 2 reported cases are actually at the college and university level. Our next slide, speaking about testing, again, this is our health district. You can see it there in the map. Our percent positivity, 7-day average is 5.2. That's down from a high of 15.2 several weeks ago. We've had a small increase here this week, but for the past 3 weeks, that number's declined. You can see the state average there, which is also declining overall as well. We're slowly catching the state average, but they are also falling as we fall on percent positivity. Multi-system inflammatory syndrome, I think we've added 1 total case since we last shared this information. There are no cases of this syndrome in the New River Valley. This is new information. We shared this in your Tuesday telegram. This was released last Monday in a combination teleconference between, or I guess press conference between VDOE and VDH. This is a new data source for us. It's shared on the VDH webpage, so that's why I group it here, but they're basing it on some CDC metrics. So introduced September 28th, based on CDC's indicators for dynamic school decision making. This is a tool that is supposed to help board members consider data and help make decisions. They were very clear in saying this does not lead you to a specific decision, but it helps you make your decisions. They were very clear in that point. They speak to 3 core indicators that I share here with you. Those 3 core indicators talk about total number of new cases per 100,000 persons, Interestingly, or I guess significantly, they use a 14-day period rather than 7. So that's a little different from some of the other numbers we've been using. And you begin to see VDH start to report information in the 14-day measure as well. So we're seeing some of our other numbers change to match that 14 days. A percentage of PCR tests positive during the last 14 days. And you can see those numbers, 403.1, 6.6% respectively. And of course, it's a color-coded system, so a red and a yellow. And then that third point is the ability of school to implement 5 key mitigation strategies. And I'm pleased to say that Montgomery County had already introduced all 5 of those mitigation strategies well before CDC released this information. So we will always, as long as we keep the mitigation strategies we have in place, we will always be operating in the green in that measure. They do provide some secondary indicators. The secondary indicators I didn't share graphically, but they speak to burden and trend. So they speak to hospitalizations, and they speak to the direction of the data either going up or down. So again, one more decision tool for you guys to have available. We shared that first in the Tuesday Telegram last week. The UVA COVID model, this is their October 2nd report. That's the latest one available. Again, it talks about, it's a projection. Of significant note this time, October 2nd, we've moved from surging to declining. We've been in the red for about 3 weeks in what they called surging. Our health district is now not only out of surging, but to the highest level of declining. So that's a significant change for us in the UVA model. The COVID risk levels coming out of the Harvard Global Health Institute, we're still in the red. We've been in the red a number of weeks with Harvard. They run a little bit behind some of the rest of our data sources. We will move out of that red, what they call tipping point, when we get lower than 25 cases per 100,000. On October 4th, we were setting at 27.7. So we're making gains there, but they are slow. We share the Virginia Tech data with you. This is from their data dashboard. It shows you 1,101 total cases, 6% positivity rate. We share that information there with you directly off their webpage. The same for Radford University. We share their data. Their overall positivity rate now at 9.98. They have seen 4 weeks of declining percent positivity at Radford. Tech is beginning to see that. New River Community College introduced their dashboard several weeks ago. They still remain at 4 reported positive cases. This last slide we've had before, but we've added a little bit of additional information. You see our line there. I'm sorry that it's a little bit smaller. But again, we have 3 confirmed positive cases within the division that have led us to make division-wide notifications. We had a number of questions around this as we've made these school messenger calls. We've had questions from board members and staff members in the community. So to make that clear, our notifications have been based upon individuals with a confirmed positive test and potential exposure within a school. We have not reported positive cases in a remote or virtual setting, and we have not been reporting quarantines. So we just want to be very clear with those notifications. And I believe that is my final slide. Do you have any questions for me tonight?
I think we need to make sure we note that the reason the percent positivity is higher is because we've reduced the number of testing and narrowed down the actual people being tested.
Sure. We are testing individuals who are at much greater risk. They have a known exposure or they're symptomatic.
Right. So the percent positivity is going to go up just because of that.
Correct.
Any other questions, board members, to Mr. Harrison?
Okay, so if we have positive cases of students or teachers with remote or virtual, at some point, there still may be contact coming into the schools, right?
If there is, we would report that in a division-wide notification.
Okay, but if these are students who, or teachers, whoever,
Mhm.
that may at some point be in our buildings, then we should be reporting that, right? Because that's a possible contamination or
Correct.
exposure.
Correct.
So is there tracing that's being done to say, no, they were not in our buildings or on our in our facilities or anywhere, so that we're not reporting that?
Yes, ma'am. We are very specific in talking to anyone who reports a concern to us in regards to when they've been on campus. You know, not even a question of, like, let's say it's a student, for an example. The question is not, are you remote or in person? The question is, have you been on campus? And then the question becomes, if that answer is yes, then the question becomes, when were you on campus in relation to the time that you've been exposed and have tested positive? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if they had been on campus, then we would be reporting that.
Yes, ma'am.
And does that also go for folks who have been quarantined? Because even though someone has been quarantined, if they have been on one of our campuses, then there still could be exposure to other folks. Do you understand, following me?
I'm trying to. I guess I'll go back to, again, the two-part.
So, if someone's been quarantined, the tracing goes back to them being on our campus. If they exposed others on our campus, those folks are also quarantined. Is that correct?
To a degree, it's a two-part issue. It's a confirmed positive case and a potential exposure in the school. So, you know, I could, out of an abundance of caution, decide that I would like my child to quarantine for whatever reason, right? We've built an instructional model that allows great flexibility. So you could have a situation where a parent, again, out of an abundance of caution, could say, hey, I think possibly, maybe, perhaps there could be an exposure, and they would quarantine their child and potentially never be a test. We don't have a positive test to go with any time they've been in the building.
Okay, so I understand that piece, but if that same parent decides to quarantine their child and then there is a positive test that they were exposed, but the child had been in school 2 days before, you know, that's where does that fall?
We would go back and make that notification as soon as we have the result of a positive test.
And that comes out of the contact tracing anyway.
Pardon?
That comes out of the contact tracing anyway.
Yes, ma'am.
Then most likely that person would then come out of school, be quarantined, and possibly asked to take a test.
Based upon the conditions of the potential exposure within the school. Yes, sir.
And then if they take the test, they have been in school, so do we report that one, correct?
If there's a confirmed positive test with an individual being in the school to expose potentially others, then we would make the notification.
No, I'm saying, using your example, if a parent decided because there's a possible exposure, but they didn't know that there was that possibility until the child had already been in school for 2 days. So if that exposure turns out to be, yes, it was to a positive case, the child has been exposed, they're in school for 2 days, how do we report that?
If the student had been in the building after their exposure date, then we would make the notification because they had the potential to expose others.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is reported?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know. I'm hearing it, to make sure I'm correct too. The kid who is exposed is not it's reported, but unless they end up testing positive, it's not a call to the division.
Correct. Until it is a positive test with the potential for exposure in the building. So if I had been at school on Monday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, test positive, but I had been in the school during that period when I could expose others, then I would be a notification. If I had been a remote student all along and had never set foot in the building, you know, those people might notify us and let us know, but we would not make that a notification because they haven't had the potential to expose anyone else.
Then anyone who's exposed to you would be quarantined, most likely asked to get a test. The notification to the division will not go out until they are confirmed positive.
Correct. They would be working with the health department. The health department would advise most likely a quarantine or a test. And if any of those came back positive, there would be additional notifications.
That's something we're going to try to communicate a little bit better more to teachers like you and A as well. That's a question. It's one of those things we couldn't
That's
think of everything.
confusing, yeah.
It's one of those scenarios we just didn't think of. it. Now we're sort of learning about it.
That's kind of how it is everywhere. I
Ma'am?
mean, anywhere that's a business that has someone that, you know, if they're feeling bad right now, they have to stay home, go take the test, and then wait till positive, and then you backtrack from there to find out.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's kind of happening everywhere.
Right, and I understand that, but it's a matter of how we're reporting that, because that's where we're getting concerns that our exposure rates are higher and that our positive cases may be higher than what we're reporting as 3. Folks are saying, no, there are people out there in quarantine and blah, blah, blah. So that means it should be 10. So there's confusion over how and what we're reporting when.
That's why we add this slide tonight.
We heard that confusion, and I was a little confused too. You know, we had figured out and asked Jason, and that's why we'll share it with you tonight. We're going to share it with teachers tomorrow morning as well, see if they have any questions.
Yeah, that would be good.
That's a good question.
So we're explaining and communicating this better to folks within the schools, but what about parents? Community.
We had this discussion on Thursday at our health and safety team, and they had some questions, and we very much had this same discussion, and I understand the board had questions, and some schools have asked the same questions. So we're trying to share here tonight with the board and the public who are watching, and we'll continue to share it to help people understand the method.
So is this something we can post and break it down and really explain it so folks understand how things are being reported, why they're being reported, and why they're not being reported?
Yeah, we'll do it in our next communication out, Mr. Ray.
Yeah.
Which we send out 3 a week at least. So we'll make sure it gets out, and then we'll put it in different places. And of course, put this out, talk to teachers in the morning. That is confusion. I've heard it from my neighborhood, you know, kind of a thing where they've heard of you know, like they know a student from this school tested positive. I can only get here about it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, after I look into it, the kid's never been to our school. He's a student of ours, but he's never been there. So he hasn't put anybody else in school in danger.
Yeah.
So that's why I was not reporting.
So I'll just suggest maybe if we do it very simply and put examples like we talked about here tonight. This happens, student A, student B, blah, 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 right? Just as simple as we can make it.
Let's try
Yes, ma'am.
scenarios.
We can do that.
Yeah, I think the scenario will is
I
helpful.
think we all need scenarios figured out too.
Yeah, because it's hard to follow without having a scenario.
Okay.
I agree. Any other questions?
Yes.
Ms. Cass, yes.
Jason, do we have a number of how many remote students have tested positive?
I think
Are we keeping track of it?
yes, ma'am. We, again, if they're a remote student, we're relying upon them to let us know. And so when they let us know, we keep that number, we keep that information. Yes, ma'am.
I just think, I guess as a parent, I would want to know like what's going on out in my community, whether the student's remote or not, because I know that remote students, just because they're remote doesn't mean they don't interact with my child at the soccer field or after school hanging out, or they have a sibling who hangs out with one of my siblings. And I think there's a lot more, there's opportunity besides just being in the school. And so I think what parents, at least what I'm hearing from parents when they communicate with me, is that they feel like it just doesn't feel right. There's only 3 cases, and yet they're hearing all these other things happening. Same with, do we know how many students are quarantining?
Yes, ma'am. We log that information as it comes to us.
I just think it would be helpful. I mentioned, I've already talked to you about this, but that there's a county in north of here that on their news channel, they actually publish the number of cases, the number of remote cases, and the number of quarantined students. And so anybody in that community can see that. I think that's helpful. And I think that would, I don't think it's establishing fear. I don't think that's what the whole idea is. I think it's just so you can be aware. As a parent, you want to be aware of what's going on out there. And I feel like this gives people a false sense of security that, oh, there's just 3 cases and that's it. And we don't have to worry. And that's my opinion. And I know it's also what I've heard from a lot of other parents.
Sure. We will absolutely execute the will of the board.
Now, let me go back and remind, on August 18, we approved our motion to approve the letter that goes to community. Read, approve the positive cases notification letter as a general guideline for communication to a school when there's a positive COVID case in the building. So if our intent of have a motion to amend this previous motion, then we can take this to our next meeting and put it on the agenda. If that's the consensus right now, then we will, then at that time, we can have a motion and a second, and if 2/3 of the votes of the members, then we can pass a new motion to have a letter to go out to the community if that's for the will. Since this is an already taken action item, if you have a consensus right now, we can bring it to the next board meeting, which will be the regular one, November 3rd, I believe. And at that time, we can have a motion and a second in discussion and then approval if 2/3 of the board members approves. Then we can have a different communication going out.
I mean, that would be great, but I just worry the next month is, I think the next month is important, and waiting a month to make a change like that in a month, I don't want to say it'll be moot. It'd be great if it was, but I'm sure it won't be. But I think the next month's important, and I'd like to see us reconsider that right now, because I think it's important for people to know what's happening in the community. That's what I think people are talking about when they talk about transparency. They don't want to know names, they don't want to know who, but they want to know what's out there.
I mean, what I shared is just Robert Rules of Order parliamentary procedures that actually I looked into before I came to the meeting, thinking that this discussion will happen. So that's why I'm saying we really cannot change it today, because it's an action taken and the intent has to come forward to the next agenda.
Okay.
That's the Robert Rule piece
Yep.
of it.
Am I
Right.
correct, Ms. Ray?
Brenda, we
Correct. We learned about that today.
Yes.
Actually, because there's been
a lot of discussion about how we change action previously taken by the board. And so what we learned is that to amend or to rescind, to take away action previously voted on by the board, that there needs to be a discussion by the board and then a notification to add it to a future agenda. It doesn't just happen. And then because it's changing action already happening by the board and already being enacted by school division personnel, it requires a 2/3 approval to change the current action. And that's 2/3 of the current membership of the board, not who is in attendance. So it works just a little bit different than a regular motion that you see when you are rescinding or amending action previously taken by the board. Does that sound accurate, Ms. Gray?
Yeah,
Ms.
I
Kerwin?
think that's
And
what I wrote.
then in order to put it on the next agenda at the next meeting in November, we would have to have consensus now in order to add it to the agenda as a discussion item.
Okay, so I couldn't agree to that.
Right.
I'd like to do that because I believe we should be stating whether it is a student, teacher, staff member, and I actually thought that was what we had agreed to. And we're not reporting that.
I'd like to see us bring it forward also.
I'm okay with keeping it the way it is. I believe that if you're not given names, then it's no more transparent than what it is. And as far as knowing what's in your community, if you're not aware of who it is, you're just knowing that somebody's got it. And to me, that does institute a higher fear level. So I'm okay with keeping what we decided to do in the buildings that could cause a problem to those positive cases.
I would second that. I just think that, if somebody decides to go away for the weekend and they come back and choose to quarantine because they didn't feel comfortable with where they went, they just, saw that it wasn't working like it does in our area. I think that doesn't need to be reported to people. That's their personal preference to keep people safe. So to me, that just incites, more concern and worry and fear that it's closing in on us. And I think that's somebody's personal preference.
I agree.
Ms. Parker?
I'm fine with the way it is. I can see the concern, but as far as the quarantine goes, we're looking at something that could be positive or negative, and most of the time they're coming out negative, not to say that it couldn't be a positive. And as long as we're reporting what Mr. Garretson is saying that has been on campus and that could infect others on the school grounds, as well as others that are attending school and could take it home, then I'm good with it being the way we have it.
I think my preference is to keep it as it is as well. I think as long as we can let the folks know the positive cases in the building. And I think the other ones, I know there's a contact maybe with the remote students, with the students that are in the building, but I think those comes with the contact tracing, and I think we will, know to protect our kids in the building regardless. So I don't see it will change anything in terms of the safety of the students and the personnel in the buildings. So at this time, I don't see any consensus to move forward to bring it to the next agenda.
Okay, Mr. Knott is going to give us an update on the vacancies.
So our vacancy category numbers really haven't changed a whole lot. We've had some movement within categories. We've had some additions and we've had some more that have resigned and moved, but these are holding pretty constant right now. You can see since September 22nd, we've gone down to 307 total substitutes, still maintaining in that same area. And as of October 6th, these numbers have really all stayed the same, except for our active nurse subs. We did have one active nurse sub who did take a position somewhere else, so we did lose one of those. But these numbers are holding pretty constant right now. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Let me ask one question.
Yes, sir.
Let the board know, what is our fill rate right now for subs? You know the percentage of fill rate?
It's bouncing around day to day, but we have probably averaging in the 90s, low 90s right now. So we're still doing okay. Today was a little bit low for us, but overall it's been pretty constant, right at 92%.
And that was our average last year.
We averaged a little bit higher last year. It was around 96% last year.
Okay.
Sometimes it would be a little low. Certain days it would be a little low, but it definitely varied day to day.
Okay, thanks.
Danny, I just
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
make sure I understand. So this will be today on October 6th. This is how many substitutes we had in our building?
No, ma'am.
Oh.
This is how many we have total. This is not how many were working in our building. This is how many we had total.
How many subs have we had? Has the number of subs we've had within the schools gone up over the last several weeks?
No, not really. Again, it has fluctuated a little bit. We do have a couple of viruses that are running around that some people are out for those for a day or two, but we haven't seen a huge increase in the number of subs needed.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Pauly.
Good evening again. I would like to address the board this evening to speak to you about the secondary schedule, some thinking behind how we developed it, and some of the things that we have experienced in these last four weeks and what we'd like to look at moving forward. You've heard some comments already earlier this evening, about the survey that we sent out, so I will be speaking to that as well. First, I think it's important for you to understand that when we developed our current secondary schedule, and this is the same Bell schedule at all middle and high schools. When we were developing these Bell schedules in the summer, we were doing so considering how to get kids in and out, what the transportation schedules would look like, making sure we don't overlap with elementary and secondary runs, how many bus runs we would do. There were many factors that we had never had to think about before in developing these schedules. So we included, for lack of a professional term, we included a lot of wiggle room into our schedule. And so when you look at the current schedule, I just want to speak through it with you for a moment. You'll see that we anticipated that students would be arriving between 7:30 and 7:45 every morning. And then we decided to start the first period class of the day at 8 o'clock. We didn't have a real good idea of exactly how the students would move through the building, what the numbers would look like, and how especially the grab and go breakfast might go. So we put in 15 minutes of wiggle room in there for students to get to their first class. And then you'll see that we have an hour class. Then we have a 5-minute transition time between the first class and the second class. And then you'll see that we gave a 15-minute window to dismiss students. We began dismissing students at 10:05, but realized, or at least planned on, having all the students out of the building and onto buses or into cars by 10:20. And then we also put in some transition time in the afternoon for the next group to arrive between 12 and 12:15. And again, leaving time for picking up grab and go lunch, we left a 15-minute transition time for students to get to class by 12:30. And then again, each class was an hour with 5 minutes in between, and we would end at 2:35. Now, of course, we had no idea how this would go. And I would say that on my visits to secondary schools on day one, I heard from principals and from teachers alike saying that they were surprised to see that the schedule went much more smoothly than they had anticipated. So I thought that was good news. By day two, I had heard from one principal that he was already asking me about could we start the afternoon session earlier. He was telling me that students were not arriving between 12 and 12:15. They were actually all getting there by around 12 o'clock, and that there was this half hour of dead time between 12 and 12:30. And he was anxious to add that time into the afternoon classes. What I told him at that time was we were going to need to wait to see how things work themselves out. And so now that we have had 4 weeks under our belt, we have found that we do not need nearly that amount of transition time. And that is why we began to think about, instead of kids sitting around 15 minutes in the morning, a half an hour in the afternoon, could we use that time for them to be in their classes and have instructional time? And so what we want to propose, or wanted to propose to you all, was to add that time back to instructional hours, not to really, not at all to extend the school day. The school day would still begin at the same time and end at the same time. The work day for teachers would still begin at the same time and end at the same time. It was just a restructuring of the time in between those starting and ending times for the day. And so what we wanted to do was make sure that before we brought it to the board, that we surveyed the stakeholders, the parents and the students and the teachers. We wanted to see if, in fact, what we were hearing from a few people that would talk with us and tell us what was going on, we wanted to see if that was representative of what the larger groups would say. So we put the survey out so that we'd be able to bring to you something that was more reflective of the entire school community. So what we had proposed in the survey was to continue to have children arrive from 7:30 to 7:45, since that seemed to be right on the nose. All the kids were in the building by 7:45. Grab-and-go breakfast was going so smoothly and so efficiently that it would be easy enough to get them to go right to class at 7:50, and then we would be able to add some time to the 15 minutes to that class and have it be from 7:50 to 9:05. And then allow the next class to be 9:10 to 10:25. We checked with transportation and they assured us that we were so efficiently having students exit the building and picking up their grab-and-go lunch on the way out the door that they could, in fact, pick up secondary students at 10:25, do their run, and still do the elementary run, and pick up the afternoon group of secondary students and get them back by 12 o'clock. And getting them back by 12 o'clock, there was no reason to just not have them pick up their grab-and-go lunch, get to class, have another period of class from 12 to 1:15, so an hour and 15 minutes, followed by another class period of an hour and 15 minutes, and then dismissal was going so efficiently and smoothly that they would be out by 2:35. And the transportation said that that's actually no change. And so they would be able to get everyone where they need to be in time to come back and pick up the afternoon elementary students. So moving to the next slide. Oops, how do I do that? Arrow? Didn't work. Now it worked. Thanks. So we did put out a survey to teachers and students and parents and simply asked them, would you be supportive of adding 15 minutes to the classes instead of 60-minute classes, 75-minute classes? I think it's important for you to know, too, that we were receiving anecdotal feedback from teachers saying that, many of them were saying that the class time, the instructional time, was not adequate for them to cover their curriculum, especially with the way attendance is being taken. When you're taking attendance for both remote and in-person students, that was chewing up more time in the beginning of the period than a normal situation. And that someone here mentioned earlier this evening about some of the glitches that happen with technology and just some of the managing the school day, the school periods, the class periods with remote and in-person students together. So having more instructional time would have been good. So we thought, well, we want to survey and bring the information to you. Well, it turns out that according to the survey, as was spoken of earlier, it was not supported by teachers and students by and large. You see those numbers. We have 558 teachers and over 2,200 students that responded to the survey. And you could see fairly overwhelmingly, they would rather keep the 60-minute class periods than change to the 75-minute class periods. I would like to point out that the 558 teacher surveys completed is more than 100% of the total number of secondary teachers that we have in this division. We have 493 secondary teachers. So really the 558 is 113% of our secondary teachers. And that is not only above the max, it would be highly unusual to get a 100% return rate on a survey. However, some of that can be explained away by more than just teachers took the survey. We have, aides and cafeteria workers, maybe even custodians or guidance counselors. So the term teachers may in fact represent faculty and staff. So I wouldn't be terribly alarmed, but I wanted to point that out to you. So you could see the parents, it was narrow, about 50-50, just slightly more parents would support the longer class periods. But by and large, you could see that it was not supported. And so at this point, we began talking with some folks. I know that as I went around to schools and talked with some teachers and talked with some principals, one of the underlying factors that I was told anecdotally was that it's too soon for a change. That, we're only 4 weeks in. We were in for a week, then we were remote for 2 weeks. Now we're just back. And it wasn't so much the objection to adding the instructional time, because again, many teachers felt like that would be a good thing. But it was more, they were looking for more stability and to just allow people to settle in with some stability in their lives in relative to schools. I know that some of you would like to see that by school, so there is a bar graph included in the presentation that I know you all have in front of you. So it does show you by school how the teachers responded to the survey. And one of the things that we did take into consideration after hearing from some teachers is that perhaps middle school students, an hour and 15 minutes is an awful lot of time. We have, in the past, for many years, had middle school classes at 60 minutes per period. And just it was 50 minutes this per period. And we actually were planning this year before COVID, we were planning on bringing that down to 45 minutes so that we could have a 7-period day, as you know. So an hour and 15 minutes could be quite a stretch for our middle school students to sit still, particularly in front of a screen. But remember, our high school students are accustomed to an hour and a half classes. They're accustomed to 90-minute classes. So one thing that I worked up at Dr. Meyer's request was what could a middle school schedule look like if this is something that the board would like to consider in the future for adding 15 minutes per class. One thing we could do with middle school is have them do 35-minute classes. And one of the nice things about this proposal is it would allow them to see all 8 classes every day, just like high school sees all 4 classes every day. They would be able to see all of their students, all 8 periods every day, a little bit closer to what would be normal. So at this time, I just wanted to present this to you for future consideration or however you want to do it, and want to know what the will of the board is relative to moving forward with a changed schedule, or the timing, to consider the timing of considering this at a later date. Do you want to make a decision tonight? Do you want us to further survey with some more clarification and with this new middle school option? So at this time, I will take questions, of course, but we're just seeking what your collective will is on this subject.
Thank you, Mr. Pauly.
Thank you.
But I open right now the discussion for members. Your thoughts,
So
your
I-
questions, and your wisdom.
I have a question on the middle school schedule. The one that the possible one.
I'm sorry.
So right now it looks like Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, they would get an hour and a half between Group A and Group B, and then another half an hour at the end of the day. So they get 2 full hours of planning, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Is that correct?
Yes, you're speaking about teacher planning time?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so teachers currently have a planning period equivalent to the length of a class period.
Okay.
They
Which
also,
They don't normally.
no, they normally do.
Oh, they do?
Yes.
Okay.
And in fact, in middle school, they normally have 2 planning periods, a team planning period for teamwork, and then 1 personal planning period. And each of them would be equivalent to the length of a class period.
Okay.
And then under this model, the time between 10:25 and 12 o'clock is also unencumbered. And then, of course, on Wednesdays, we have them doing office hours from 10 to 12, but from 8 to 10, And then from 12 to the end of the school day is also not with students. And I understand there are meetings. There are meetings being held, faculty meetings, professional development, curriculum work, but those are things that normally would have been done after school. And they're being done on Wednesdays instead, leaving after school more open.
Okay. So about how much extra planning time are they getting during this COVID?
It's a good thing I brought that. I didn't know you were going to ask that.
Had it.
Well, I have to think about that. Dr. Meyer, maybe you can help me with that. It looks like high school teachers currently have 6 hours with students in the classroom at this point. 5 of those are instructional hours and 1 is for supervision. And 1.5 hours of planning per day on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And then another, well, I can give you the total here. They have 11.5 hours without students each week out of a 37.5 hour work week.
But during that 11.5 hours, so they are doing this is not pure planning time. What else are they required to do on Wednesdays?
So on Wednesdays, there are professional development going on. There are school level meetings going on.
Parent
And there's
meetings.
curriculum work going on.
504 meetings.
Sure. All of those things that would have normally been done after school.
Right.
Right.
So it's really not to say that those are planning times, that's not really.
Right. That's why I said they're time without.
Well, you said
students.
11.5 hours of non-instructional, but that makes it sound like it's non-work time where it's.
Oh, it's certainly not non-work
Okay,
time.
because
No, no.
I just wanted to make sure people understood that.
Oh, no, that's
No,
not
no,
what I
no.
inferred at all.
Is that for the elementary or
No,
secondary?
this is just.
Do you have the elementary
we're
numbers
just
on
talking
you?
Secondary period.
Was it, those numbers for secondary, all right? Yep.
Yeah, so my question was middle school. I think Ms. Parton had asked previously about high school, and we have those hours without students, which doesn't mean they're just goofing off. It means that
Of
they're,
course, right.
yeah. But it does relieve them from having to stay later in the day, and
Correct.
they can get a lot of those things done possibly during those hours without students.
So what I'm hearing is those
I got
after school hours are still spent doing a lot of planning, adjusting, figuring out how they're making sure that they're reaching all the students that they possibly can, and coming up with different ways that they can share with other teachers how we get through this. So to say that after school hours, they're, they've done all this stuff already because they've got this extra time during the day, that's just not the case. They are still constantly working and trying to figure out how we do this better.
Oh, to be sure. Yeah, nobody's intending to imply that they're not working.
Not at all.
It's not a matter of what was intended to be implied, because what I was hearing was, so all this stuff that's being done during this time that they have without students during the day means they don't have to do all this extra stuff, and they're not working hard to make sure they're
I would have
giving
never
our
implied
students the
that.
best instruction that they possibly can, and to help manage their stress level and their coworkers' stress level. They're drained.
Teachers, yeah, I agree. Teachers are working harder than ever right now.
100%.
I mean, they're doing things they're doing things that they've never had to do. It's almost like everyone's a first year teacher.
Yep.
And I think I've said that, and they're working hard. They're having to reinvent themselves, reinvent their lessons. And it's challenging, especially in the model of kids in front of you, kids on the screen. There's no doubt that is challenging. There's no doubt about that. We sent this out because we had heard folks need a little bit more time with their kids. And we wanted to see where it stood at this point. And so that's why we're here. And then too, talking about as we're moving forward through the year, we're going to talk about another level change possibly as well. Not an actual level change, but adding a level for the possibility of their future in a few minutes. But it is, it's definitely challenging. There's no doubt. I mean, I don't see teachers sitting around and not, I mean, during the day, and I know they're working hard at nighttime too. I live with a teacher who is teaching remote kindergarten right now. And I mean, she works all the time. I see it. And so I know exactly what's going on in terms of that.
Yeah, I don't normally like to speak in terms of my personal life, but I have 4 members of my immediate family who are teachers in this county, and I watch them work themselves to death. So, they get up early and they go in super early and they come home late. My daughter is a first-year teacher. She comes home sometimes, texts us and says, "Eat dinner without me." She comes home 7 o'clock. She works on Saturdays and Sundays going into the building. So I certainly know firsthand how hard teachers do work. When I was a teacher, I know that if I taught all day, even though I had a 90-minute planning period, that basically gave me time to make some copies, which I guess, I don't know if people are still doing that, but to do some planning and then, have a faculty meeting till 4:30 in the afternoon, get home, eat dinner, and probably grade papers until 10, 11 o'clock at night. So we are giving extra time during the day. And then they do have time that they didn't have before. They don't have meetings or shouldn't have meetings at 3 o'clock after school. They should be able to begin, doing their other planning and grading and things starting at 3.
And many of our teachers were already doing that pre-COVID.
Absolutely. Like I heard one teacher say 50, 60 hour work week, 100%. I believe that. I know that's true.
Yes.
Carl, I have a couple questions about the specific middle school schedule. So
The proposed one. This proposed one?
Yes, the proposed one. Does that include when I taught it was called Titan time, now it's Bruin time?
IE.
Yeah, what's the term that we use?
Intervention and enrichment.
Yeah, enrichment.
It's brilliant time, I think.
Does that include, is that
Yes, it
included?
does. So this is built on an 8-period day. We say we have a 7-period day because the Berlin time is a little bit shorter than a normal period.
But that's
So
that's
it's
in there.
included. Yes, ma'am.
So if we were to take that out, just for now, because I'm not saying that we shouldn't have it, but the fact that we're trying to condense. Here's the reason I say that. 35 minutes isn't very long. And I know that because that's what we used to have when we had our early dismissals
Yes.
or
Club day or whatever.
And it was like by the time you got started, you were wrapping up and almost done. And 35 minutes is really, I don't know if that would really help teachers. I think it would make it harder because now you've got to try to condense everything into 35. I don't know.
They would see them twice as often in a week.
Yeah,
But
I
each
see
period, I feel
I
what you're
just
saying.
wonder if we eliminated the enrichment period just for now and then lengthened each of these blocks another. So if you took out 35 minutes, you could add another 5 or so minutes, and then you're getting a 40-minute period, and that's a little more realistic. Just for the time period. I'm not saying eliminate enrichment forever.
No, I hear
No,
what you're saying.
I think that might be a possibility.
Mhm.
It's actually a good idea. We'd have to look at the balance of the day with a 4 and 3, balance of classrooms. But that would make sense. We'd have to look at every school's schedule to make sure they haven't placed certain grade levels planning time during there. So we're not eliminating teachers' planning time by doing that.
I don't think they have, but
Yeah, I
yes,
don't
we
think
would have
so
to look
either,
at that.
but we
Because
could
they're
definitely
shorter
put the
than a
time.
period.
Yeah. And so this would then go back to, asking teachers,
Exactly.
do you like seeing the kids every day for every period for a shorter amount of time, or seeing them every other day like they're doing now for a longer amount of time? And so, and I really don't know where teachers would fall on that. I really don't.
Well-
It would seem to me like the shorter period every day would be more like the normal day because, keeping the attention of a many middle school students online for a long period of time, that's challenging. And so that a little bit a day, quick transition might be something that they like, but we'd be glad to ask them if that's what they rather look at that.
It was just I would want to know how the teachers feel. I mean, what I've heard from people and what we've heard this evening from a couple of teachers, pretty passionate feeling about the added minutes, and even a student. And then that kind of coincides with a lot of the emails I've been getting. And we got a few from teachers who said, hey, the more time I spend with students, the better.
Yes.
And I know that AP teachers really would like to have more time with their students. And if there was something we could do for those specific types of scenarios, but I think overall, most students and teachers just are like, please just leave things go for a little bit. We're kind of worn out, and could you just not move the cones right now? Just
That is what we've anecdotally heard about I can't speak, that influenced the results of the schedule was not so much in opposition to the schedule, but in opposition to the timing of making another change.
And I know parents would like to see their children get more instructional time, and I can understand that. I appreciate that. I would probably feel the same way, but having been on the other side of the world, I realize the enormous amount of stress that people are under right now, and I just don't know if it's really worth the extra 15 minutes to stress our teachers out and stress our students out.
I think what I hear, if I can wrap it up, and that way you can, discussions still continue, but I see 3-step things. Number one is, shall we survey again? And if we survey again, my personal preference is I want to lock everyone down. I don't want multiple surveys taking for the individuals. Not that I'm saying it's being done, but I think it will give a better result if we know that everybody takes one time.
Yes, ma'am.
I think the second step is if we want to do any change right now instructionally or not. If the answer is yes, depending on the survey results, then when we start. If the answer to that no, then when is the good time to make the instructional change?
Yes, ma'am.
Provided the fact that we want some additional instructional time at some point. And I think the plan is going forward, add more time and more kids to our buildings, kind of going to normalcy.
Correct.
Hopefully somewhere down the road. So I think we have to focus our attention around those 3 and how we feel all about it.
I think another piece to that is the equity. At least I hope that we'll be able to get more students in the schools come January, more time in the classrooms. But for our high school students, that puts the ones in this semester at a disadvantage to the ones coming in the January semester. And we've got a whole menagerie of how teachers are handling that. Either they're going really fast to try to make that end goal, which I can totally understand, or they're leaving some of the kids behind and not bringing them up, or some of those kids are just saying, I can't keep up. And I'm worried about all those factors versus, the next semester for our high school students, if it's a semester class, they're going to be at such an advantage. So what does that look like on their transcripts for college? I don't want to harm the ones this year just because it's a pandemic and we, we're struggling with how best to educate them. So that I want to factor that into the equity piece.
I appreciate that.
Would it be okay if we waited? We'll get the results to you prior to the November board meeting, but I'd like to wait a few weeks, just to so we don't get the same thing we got this time. This is too early, and now you're sending me another one. Let's let, if it'd be okay for 2 or 3 weeks, let things maybe calm down. I don't know if that's even possible these days, but get into more of a rhythm of things, and so teachers are knowing what they're really experiencing, and then wait maybe the week prior to the board meeting to send out a similar survey with maybe a few more details, and details with possibly an alternative middle school model. Where more kids do more in shorter times and that kind of thing. Because we did hear that. But I'd like to wait a few weeks, but still have the data to you prior to the November board meeting. Would that be okay?
I think the answer to that question, do we want another survey? How the board feels
Jamie, I don't know how you feel, but I can tell you something that really bothers me on this survey. There's actually a couple things that really bother me. One, that we had more of a response than we actually have people in a certain category. And two, that we have 2 districts that are pretty much non-existent on the survey. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm glad to get the responses from Blacksburg and Christiansburg, but you know, to me, Auburn and Eastmont are just as important as Blacksburg and Christiansburg are. So we need to find out why there wasn't more participation in those areas and what those needs are, because I can tell you, I know Eastmont needs it. They need the time. The teachers have told me they need the time. I know the kids need the time. I want to echo Ms. Graham on the equity. I have had kids coming to me in tears in these AP, these semester courses, because they don't have enough time. They feel like they're being rushed. I've had teachers tell me that they need more time. So just as many that are saying that it would be difficult, I've heard just as many say that they need the extra. So I know here again, and I'm not saying which one's right and which one's wrong at all. I totally understand both sides of it. I do. But as far as the survey, I would like to see a little more equal amount of participation, possibly.
If I may.
Sure.
So we took the data. You want the slide?
Yeah.
Thanks. I would like to speak at some point.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. So we took the data and we analyzed it and we looked at percentage population for Blacksburg, for Christiansburg, for Eastmont and Auburn. Christiansburg and Blacksburg were slightly overrepresented based on the population of students that we have in those buildings, but we're talking 1 or 2 percentage points. I've got the data in a different chart, but it wasn't as extreme. The bar chart might not have been the best way to show that, but they weren't as overrepresented as this makes it look, those 2 areas, when we compared it to percentage of student population.
Right.
And then percentage of responses received.
So maybe can I make a suggestion on the survey? Because I know as a parent, I'll get email about the survey and I'll see it and I might not be able to go directly into it at that moment and do it. And I think, oh, okay, that sounds good. I'll do that when I can sit down for a minute and catch my breath and do it. And then the next thing you know, life gets in the way and it's gone. How we send out our reminders I'm wondering if maybe when it gets closer to the time to the survey being cut off, could we possibly send out a phone call? Could we possibly send out a few more reminders to remind people, hey, if you haven't gone in, please go in and do the survey. It's important that we have your input because we really do want input from the entire county.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
I didn't know if that would be something that
Yeah,
would be
that's
too
not-
difficult
that's not a
to
problem.
do.
It's great.
Ms. Franklin you're saying something, I think.
Yes, I was saying I'd like to speak too.
Sure.
So I believe we should just really back things up a lot further than us sending out a survey. I was not happy with the way this survey went out. I believe there should have been a discussion at the board table to talk about this possible change, to see if we even wanted to send that survey out. So hearing what Ms. Parton is saying and other folks are saying, I believe we need to form a committee within the district with folks who are, some who are happy with things, not happy with things, parents, students, teachers, administrators, all the stakeholders, to talk about what is working, what's not working, and not rush things to try to get something done by the next meeting in November. I think we need to hear a lot more. We need to be led more by the folks who are out there being affected by exactly what's going on, to have them come together and either develop the survey and, quite frankly, not have administration necessarily leading that, but let folks tell us, these are things we want to know about. These are things that aren't working. Develop a survey around this. These are things that are working well for us as students, as parents, as administrators, teachers, aides, staff, bus drivers. Because there's a lot going on. And I think we need to give folks some type of voice as to making decisions about how we try to move forward through these unprecedented times. I think that would be helpful for everyone because we would have a better picture and more input from everybody in the district.
I agree 100%, and we're going to do that. And actually, Ms. Whitaker is going to talk to you about that. We're actually, are you up next, anyone? Okay, that's okay. And so Ms. Whitaker is going to talk to you about that. This was meant to hear about how to do things moving forward, what's working, what's not working, and that kind of thing. This was simply meant to hopefully, we were getting a lot of complaints about this one thing. We want to send it out one time just to say, hey, we figured it out pretty easy how to do it. Do you want to do it? Do you not? Yes, no. And so, based on the results, we heard no right now. So that's where we are. But we'll send out a big one in November, and Annie will explain the process in just a few minutes. Okay.
What, are you coming up to do something?
No,
different?
I have another one.
Oh, okay.
Well, so
Well, I was just going to say, I hadn't said anything yet.
I mean, yeah,
what?
go ahead.
And what I say doesn't mean that I don't support teachers. So don't email me and say, oh my gosh, you don't support teachers. It has nothing to do with that. But our job is to educate students. They come first. And that's my job. And I truly believe it doesn't have to happen tomorrow that we increase time. But I think it's got to happen because we've talked many times about how we have students' lives in our hands. And we truly do more ways than one. These seniors are getting ready to go out to the work world. They're getting ready to this is their college experiences and I don't mean experience in colleges. I mean learning for what they're going to do the rest of their life. All of the things that we're making decisions on affects career and technical education students, that this is how they're going to make their living. And it's up to what we're deciding to do. And that comes down to educational time. So even though it, like I said, doesn't have to happen tomorrow, doesn't have to happen next week, but that is my goal, is to see us get more educational time because our kids need it. Our students deserve it. We've got 6th graders taking algebra and geometry and high school credited courses in the 8th grade. And we're trying to get children to get their college 2-year degrees before they graduate. And we're putting all this stuff into place. But if we only have certain amounts of educational time, how can they do that? And so that it will be my goal, and it does not mean that I don't support staff, I don't support teachers, and the needs that they have as well. But students come first.
And that's why I believe students should be a part of a committee talking about how we make this work, because how we may think it'll work for them, they may have a better idea.
You make a good point, Penny. And just as you start talking about it, not just for this particular issue, but just all of the COVID-related issues that we're dealing with. This isn't going away any day soon. And there's going to be more decisions that have to be made, the phase changes that are going to be talked about later. And it would be good to hear. I mean, we get emails from people who really want to give us their opinions, but we don't hear from a lot of people, and we don't hear from a cross section. And so that might not be a bad idea to have. I hate suggesting a committee, but having a group that kind of helps us work through decisions going forward that are regarding COVID.
I'd like to add one more thing, if I may. We do have student members on the Secondary Advisory Committee. We have 4 of them, 1 from each strand. They also happen to be our school board reps, our student school board reps. So they are on the committee, and they were part of the whole decision-making process, and they will be moving forward as well.
Okay, so that's great, but I think we need a better cross-section of students, because not all students fit in 2 or 3 little boxes. We need to be hearing from a
diverse
cross-section of our students who are, I'm doing fine, I'm struggling here, struggling there, CET, how on earth is that happening? so that we have a real picture of what's going on with all of our students.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to bring back the discussion again. I think we have to give direction to the administration right now, what we want. Do we want, before that bigger committee is formed and the information gathered, moving forward, I guess, in the phases and levels stage at this time, today, tomorrow, next month, are we thinking about sending another survey? Are we thinking about adding an extra instructional time? And if we are thinking adding instructional time, when we want that to start?
May I say too that this is not a proposal for moving to a different phase. This doesn't bring in any additional students, doesn't change the instructional model.
Just the time.
It doesn't even change the starting time and the ending time of the groups. It was just, we found time that we thought was necessary for transitions, and it's dead time of kids just sitting there waiting for the clock to turn to the certain hour that we said, and it could be recouped as instructional time.
I guess I will re-say it. Do we want that time to be used at that time? Is the board's will is for that time used instructionally, or keep going however we are doing right now?
I thought we had decided not to move forward
same.
anything right this moment, that we
Right.
would re-examine it in a
Okay.
few weeks.
So that's the question.
Is
That was
that
my
the, did we all agree on that? I guess that's what,
So I'm
I
hearing to
wasn't
send
sure.
another survey out.
so we're okay
with
for
some
another survey
clarification, just
with the
for
middle
this-
school emphasized that is different.
Right. And then we'll bring it back, the results in November. In November is when we're starting the process sooner, and we'll talk about the big stuff. We're going to dive more into that later on.
So I want to make sure all our board members agreed on what you're saying or not, because I'm not sure, because Ms. Franklin shaking her head,
Yeah,
and
I'm
I'm
not
not sure
so
Ms.
sure
Cass
I'm-
is agreeing. So let's see if we,
Well, I'm not sure I agree with the survey. Okay, I guess maybe each of us just say how we feel. Would
yes,
that be
yeah,
easier?
so that we can give direction. That's what I'm trying, at least, consensus should be,
Okay.
One way or the other.
I'll start. I think we should leave things the way they are right now. I'm not convinced a survey is a good idea right now. I feel like we're over, I don't want to over survey. I think best to leave things go for a little bit and then we look at it, but that's my suggestion.
I guess when you say wait a little bit, can we send the survey in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, 4 weeks? Because we can do that too. We can send the survey, end of October.
That's a tough question.
Is it a okay time to wait or not? I guess that's my question is.
To propose different ways to
Yeah,
utilize
yeah,
the existing
yeah.
time. I'm not talking about going to a different phase, just
No,
utilizing the
just
existing
to-
time.
Yeah, to utilize
Well, I
the
guess
extra
that's the
time.
question I'm not clear on either. Are we going to talk about another phase at the next meeting too?
No,
That's
that's-
where I'm a little mixed up.
That's
so-
tonight. We're
Yeah,
doing that
tonight.
next.
Okay, because I'm getting the,
We're going to talk about adding a phase, not going to the phase, but
Yeah.
actually adding a phase. And
That's
so
for
how
the
would that
future.
then affect this? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's for the actually future.
It doesn't
probably.
really, this is
Yeah.
just a bell schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bell schedule.
It's not an instructional model. It's not adding anything. It's just a bell schedule within the confines of the starting and ending time.
in the
I know,
current
but-
phase.
I guess what I'm saying is to do a survey about this, and then if we're going to in November change to a new phase, then this wouldn't apply to that.
I don't know
So-
that we would change to a new phase in November. November, we would be asking you to approve the adding to of that phase.
But
to
not
our
actually-
plan,
Right.
Okay,
but not
that's
actually
where I
doing
was-
it.
It's like an intermediary
I was a
phase.
little
Yeah.
confused.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Unless the board wants to go to that phase in November, we're just adding that at some point in the year. We'll
Right.
explain it in a second. We thought we needed an
Gotcha.
additional phase upward that
Okay.
didn't go to. Where we are right now in phases, the next phase up is everybody comes back. Period. There's no remote. Everybody comes back. We feel that we need something in between. Everybody comes back and
Mhm.
then
And where we're at
and where
now.
we're at
Where
now.
we are
So
now, yeah.
that's what that's about, and we'll discuss that in a second.
Okay.
But this
then
is just about the current phase, current bell schedule. That's it.
Then I would say I leave things the way they are, and let's decide on a survey at the next meeting. That's
How do you feel?
I agree.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
How, Ms. Vaughn? Ms. Barton?
I'm good with leaving it because of the issues that I'm hearing from a lot of people, and I have no problem with that. I can totally understand that. I don't know if I want to wait that long on another survey. I'd like to have results from another survey not by the training meeting or by our next meeting, but by the November.
Before November, yeah.
Yeah, and I would like to make sure that we can't take the survey more than once if we're going to send a survey out, because if I'm going to base my decision on what the survey is telling me, then I want the survey to be accurate.
I believe Ms. Drake has a way to
Yeah.
handle that, or you're working on it, yes? To make sure that people aren't taking the survey multiple times.
Was it sent to, I just had a question, Brenda, about the survey. Was it sent to just teachers or did it go to all staff?
It went to all staff in our secondary schools.
So if I was and did it ask, I'll be honest, I didn't look. Did it ask you if you were a teacher or a staff member, or what did it ask?
We could have done a better job breaking down those classifications.
So it's possible a staff member, maybe, well, I'm an aide, I'm a teacher, so they could have said they're a teacher even though they're not really classified. So that could be where those mistakes came. It might not be double survey being taken, but just people misclassified themselves.
Right. I think that maybe many of our staff members said, well, I'm a staff member in this school. I'm going to select the teacher option so that they could move forward, because certainly a change in the schedule would have an impact on a lot of people who work inside a building.
Yeah.
And so I think they thought, well, this impacts me.
Okay.
And that's how I'm going to move forward. And we can do a better job. We've talked about that this
Clarifying
week of how we can break out those roles, as well as how we can secure the survey a little bit. And so we've talked about having different surveys for different groups of people, and then really funneling, and then having the surveys would actually be in different formats. So Google Forms works really well for our staff members. It works really well for our students. It does not work as well for people outside of our division. That's why you saw this one was really open, because we've seen that people who work in different organizations, sometimes their organizations have a block on MCPS items. And so then they have to log out and log in with a personal Gmail. It gets a little confusing. So we can use our professional SurveyMonkey account and then limit it to only one responder. That looks at IP addresses and things behind the scenes that we don't really see. And then we can use Google Forms for our people inside our domain and require an email address. And that just certifies that they can only take it once. That's how Google Form provides that security.
How do we make sure that only one household answers the survey?
That one
That's
is
very
a
tough.
little bit tougher. I'm not sure that that's
Because
possible.
I think that sometimes skews your parent results, because you got two parents in a household and
I
you
think
get two
that
votes per house, or do we do it per? Because I know that's come up before in other surveys, like, they've got 4 kids, so they answer 4 times, and
sometimes I might feel differently depending on my child.
Where my child is going to school, perhaps.
Or I have 4
And-
students.
that's a
If
tricky one.
If your students have different needs.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a tricky one.
So I think at this time, I feel like you have a direction.
All right.
I know you weren't agreeing the survey send it, but I feel like the rest of us do agree.
No, I don't
Well, I don't.
understand what you're saying. I'm not agreeing to.
But I'm trying to find out if the direction to the administration is to give a survey, wait a little bit, give a survey, and then go ahead and use the instructional time that is sitting there unused within next month, November, so that we can decide on our November meeting that is the direction we want to go. I think that's what we were talking.
Yeah, I think that's because I said I wanted to wait till next meeting for both. Dana said she wanted to wait on the time, but she wanted to do the survey earlier. So I think that's what we were kind of doing. So that was our thought.
And I think we kind of meant the same thing, like
So
looking to make a decision at the November board meeting,
Yeah.
maybe to have
Yeah.
that information in by the November 3rd meeting.
Yeah,
to
I mean, that's what I heard.
Talk about and possibly vote on.
And I know you were shaking your head, so I assume you don't want that to happen.
Well, because there was so much going on, I didn't know what we were really talking about. So again, I don't think we should send out any survey until we get the stakeholders at the table to have a conversation with us as to what they need, what they see, what they don't see, so that we can make a better decision and not just throw out a quick survey based on what we're saying we can do with this extra time. Let them help us by telling us what they need.
I guess my question is, do we want to do it right now for this 30 minutes extra instructional times decision, or we need to do that moving forward, putting more kids in the school or changing phases in the bigger picture? And I think the division already planning doing that kind of gathering information from stakeholders at that time.
No,
So I guess that's why I'm confused.
What I'm hearing is that we want to do a survey in a couple of weeks about the time schedule, that extra time, and then get a group together and talk about how we deal with all the other COVID effects. I'm saying it needs to be all at the same time.
Ms. Karan, could we possibly table this for a little bit until we hear what Ms. Whitaker has to say and let Mr. Polly finish? Do you think, Dr. Meyer, that would be helpful in us making a decision?
And it will be a good time.
Because then let's go.
Yeah, so maybe we could also incorporate a quick break in that
Ms.
so we
Whitaker's gonna
can.
talk to you about the big one.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Feedback,
All right.
how we want to do that.
Could we,
That's fine.
could we do that, take a break after you do that? Or before?
So on a lighter note,
Tell us.
I'm going to talk about snow days.
Okay.
But I guess more appropriately,
ahead,
they are
Toby.
called inclement weather days
Mhm.
because sometimes we close for floods or heavy rains or
Yeah.
whatever.
They
Uh,
joke about that all
Yeah, we joke about that all the time. Of course, no matter what you use them for, people want to know, do they count as snow days?
That's right.
So I will loosely refer to these as snow days. But so here's our plan, that on snow days, we would utilize something that we already have in place. And that is we have the Wednesday check-in form. And the Wednesday check-in form allows teachers to make contacts with their students. The difference would be on snow days, they would include an assignment for the day. And they would have students respond to this exact same form. We would change the name of the form to Wednesday and Inclement Weather Day. They would still complete it by 10 a.m. Teachers would check it at 10 a.m. And those students would have the opportunity to say, yes or no, I got the assignment, or yes or no, I don't understand the assignment, or I need some help. And they would provide contact information, and teachers would use their 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. office hours to contact those students who needed assistance, or those students who don't have internet. So students who do not have internet access, and we do have some of those, those are the students who are attending our schools full day right now. So students who do not have internet access, we would make provisions for teachers to be able to contact them. And as it says there, we would do this on Code 3 and Code 5 days. Code 4 is a complete system shutdown, so we would not do this on Code 4 days. Code 3 and 5 days, buildings are open. Principals, assistant principals, administrative assistants, guidance counselors, 11 and 12-month staff all work on those days, Code 3 and 5. And buildings will be open if teachers do not have reliable internet service at home, or they don't wish to use their home phone or their personal cell phone. They are certainly more than welcome to come into the buildings at that time and make those contacts between 10 and 12. And then they can stay until the building's closed if they want to utilize school resources to do their planning and preparation of lessons or whatever else they want to do while they're there in the buildings. So we have a functioning process in place for Wednesdays, and we would just apply this to inclement weather days. And then at doing so, we would be able to count these as instructional days, just like we count Wednesdays.
Awesome.
That's really good.
Any questions?
I really like inclement weather days.
You like the name?
Yes.
I fought it. I liked snow days. Thank you.
It has not been a snow day for some time now.
Can we
so-
take a break first?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have a, 5-minute break. Thank you, Mr. Bowden.
Thank you.
Let's get back, folks. We're ready for you, Miss Whittaker.
You ready?
All right, let's go, guys.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're all ears.
All right. Thank you so much. Tonight, I'm going to share with you some proposed revisions. Tonight it is informational only. We would ask if you would vote on these on November 3rd. So this is a general overview of the changes and the revisions that we're going to discuss with you tonight. Anything that's new is in yellow. Some of it's just to provide clarity. The changes that are programmatic, I'll go through one by one with you. So the first is the Student Assistance Program in Phase 1, Level 2, and above. And so we had this in our original plan, the 90-page document, which it didn't get translated over into the phases at a glance because this has kind of been an evolving document. It was really something that someone created to help, and then we found that it was very helpful. So we wanted to go back and make sure to put the pieces in. So in the plan that you originally approved, we stated that students receiving or identified through the SAP process, which is our Student Assistance Program, when they're identified through that they may, if it was chosen to be appropriate, be able to attend school all day, as well as those students who are identified through their IEP, 504, or ELL services. And so what this means is those students are referred because they may need additional attendance, academic or behavior intervention support. And so then a team meets on them and tries to figure out what can we do to support this child? What are other supports we can put in place that will help this student to be successful? Right now, we have approximately 1,000 students who are in the SAP process at any time. And so that would be case-by-case decisions that would be made by those teams. And again, it's just updating this document to clarify that. We did, Dr. Meyer referenced earlier that we were going to recommend to an additional phase in Phase 3. So Phase 3, Level 3 let me do Phase 3, Level 1 first. I'm sorry. Phase 3, Level 1 would change it to allow sixth graders to also be attending in person. We got a lot of feedback that there may be some students in sixth grade who may not quite be ready to stay home alone at that time, so that at Level 1, it was pre-K through 5 students could attend the half days per week at that level. And so this would go up to include sixth grade students as well, with the 7th through 12th grade students being the students at that phase who would receive the remote instruction. We then also added Phase 3. And the reason we thought that that would be a recommendation for you is because as this continues to evolve, we foresee that it is likely that there may not be a vaccine in place, or parents may not be ready to return their students to school this year at a time at which the school board might be determining that they would return students to school. And so this additional phase allows us to let students, yes.
Additional level.
Thank you. This additional level would allow all students who are currently receiving in-person instruction to come to school physically, either 4 or 5 days, depending upon the will of the board, while other students remained remote and would participate synchronously. And so before we had said that remote students, when you all were ready to return, that they would have to be returned to school at this time. And this would allow for them to continue to remain remote while the other students came back at a full-time schedule. And we did not have that in place in the prior recommendations. Again, this is just a proposal to you for you to consider and look at our November 3rd meeting for a vote. In addition, what we're doing at this time is we are analyzing the classroom capacity information. You know, if we have a percentage of students who are not attending physically, and then we say 50% of students are attending, it's not 50% of the 100 because some students are not attending at all. And so what we're looking to do is to see what is the capacity in each classroom based upon the numbers who are physically attending. So for example, if I had a classroom of 20 kids, 5 are remote, and then I had the remaining 15 students who are attending in person, looking at 8 in the morning, 7 in the afternoon, and then what is the full capacity of my classroom based upon the social distancing. And so what we're doing right now is gathering that information so that if you determined you wanted to go to that phase, we would be able and have dividers ready to go and in place so that we could provide an additional metric in our classrooms. We anticipate, sure.
Phases and levels get me confused.
Sure.
Phase 3, level 2.
Yes.
That's where we are now, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it says all students participating in remote instruction will receive synchronous instruction. I thought they were receiving asynchronous instruction.
Synchronous. Teachers are teaching the kids in front of them and teaching the kids online
Yes. Yes.
at the exact same time.
And then our elementary students, whereas the secondary, I think that's where the confusion may be, where our secondary students go in and they're participating at home, our elementary students are taking assignments home. If they're morning, they're working on independent activities in the afternoon, or if they're afternoon, they're doing those in the morning, and that's an extension of their learning activities.
So when we go this new level you're proposing.
Yes.
If a student, so basically it's all day,
Yes.
but if a student chooses remote, they can, but it's still going to be synchronous. So a teacher's not going to be teaching all day and having students in the classroom and students.
Yes, that would allow those parents who weren't quite ready to send their children back. It would allow them to keep them in that remote setting while the other students would attend a full day of school.
So basically, yes, it's a regular day of school.
That's a lot for a teacher to do every class all day long synchronous. That might be a stretch. I just think that might be a real stretch.
Well,
to try to do that. Now if you said asynchronous learning,
right,
for those remote students where teachers are providing them with instruction, but it's not, they're not necessarily attending in the class. But to expect teachers to have a pretty full class of students and then some kids on a computer, that might be that's tough classroom management.
Right. I understand. There's some things I think we need to look at if we were to ever go to this stage. One is, if we were to go to this stage, do we look at reorganizing, shuffling kids where we actually create sections of kids that are all remote?
Yes.
Are all in class.
So it won't be all in,
Yeah.
few in.
A lot
and-
like you're doing in elementary.
Right, like we're doing in elementary,
Yeah.
exactly. So now, I don't know that it could happen everywhere, but I think we could make it happen in most places. And it would be a serious reshuffling of student schedules. And that would be more ideal, I think, for a teacher to either have them on the computer or in their classroom.
Yeah, I think trying.
And so, but what that does is this, it puts more kids in the classroom. So that's why we're preparing for that, where there is no social distancing. Of course, mask is going to happen anyway, okay? But where we cannot maintain social distancing, we're buying desk dividers for every desk where that cannot be maintained.
Like the plexiglass?
Yeah, or something. And Tommy can tell you exactly what they are and what they look like. And in fact, we're in the process now of because we need to start looking at them now and ordering them now and getting how many we would need if we ever went to this phase. So it would be still the mask and a shield around them. But you're right. One thing I would like to be able to do, if possible, is then separate out all remote, all who's coming, and so teachers don't have to do both at the same time. Right. I think that would be definitely more popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could not do 5 days a week if you're going to ask teachers to do synchronous learning and have kids in the class all day.
Yeah, that's what we did not, what we just said either 4 or 5 days, because we did not want to make a recommendation on that without gathering some feedback, from our stakeholders to see what what that would look like and, what your will would be. But we wanted to put that proposal out in front of you so that it would allow that additional option for parents who wanted their students to remain in the remote, because that was not something that we had put into the plan previously. It would require some significant changes for elementary as well as for, other levels who are currently doing that. But that's something we definitely want to gather more information on. In addition,
Well, let me say this, actually elementary, there would be very little changes.
Yeah, they're already doing
Yeah,
that.
they're already
aren't
doing
they?
it, except we do have a few teachers in the division that teach our in-person class in the morning and a remote in the afternoon. So we'd have to manage that, figure that out. Can we combine, or not combine, that kind of thing. The best time to do something like this at the middle or high school level is at the semester mark, because that's when new classes start and change and that kind of thing. And it would take some workings by our administration to figure those student schedules out for a second semester to do it like we're possibly proposing in this level. But this is something that we would ask several questions about this level in a survey as well, and what it may look like. So I'm sorry.
So
you're fine.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Just to
I have a
clarify.
question. So we're going to bring more students back into a classroom, and then we're going to have petitions basically between them. What does that do as far as the circulation, the ventilation in the room, and with more people in the room? How is this going to work that we're not going to increase the risk of spreading?
So I think that, each level that we're at is at an incremental level. So if the board chose that level, it would probably be because you are at a point where you determined you were going to bring everyone back, but that some parents may not want to send their children back. So in lieu of saying you must do that, I would foresee it being a step where, you guys were ready to say bring everyone, but that instead you're saying, we are ready to bring everyone, but if you don't want to send your child, we understand and we're going to accommodate you.
No, that's not what I asked. I asked, we're bringing more students back into the same size classroom that we only had 8 in before.
Yes.
Now we're bringing 16 in. We're going to add, because we can't social distance at 6 feet.
Yeah, so I think the point there is, instead of it would probably be a point at which you were going to bring all 20 back. But instead of forcing parents to bring their students back, you would say, we're ready kind of to bring kids back. But if you want to keep your student remote, we will allow you to do that.
I
So
think
that-
at that time, we have to be, as a board, comfortable to do that.
Right.
In order, we may not be there at all.
Right. So yeah, that's where you get into mitigations.
Yeah.
Get into,
Mhm.
right
Ma-
now, we're double mitigating because we're doing 6 foot and mask. What that would be is still double mitigation. It would be mask and a shield. And so, Jason, do you have any thoughts on this? Sure.
You covered it well.
Okay.
Well, I see Ms. Franklin's point, because the same room and the same air, quality
Right.
with the more people, how we're going to be comfortable about it. I guess that's going to depend how we're going to do in the health district virus-wise.
Right.
I would think Mr. Krantz could answer that since he handles all of our HVAC questions.
I think, we were definitely looking at data.
Yeah.
At that point. I mean, we're looking at community spread and that kind of thing. And, it obviously, we wouldn't want it to be high to go into that
To be
phase.
able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the phase before it right now is, the half days. And so that it's kind of the next step between half day and full day for everyone. It's full day for those students who are, it gives you an extra level of a step to put in before going to everybody being in. Yes. All right, this is what Dr. Meyer was referencing earlier and getting feedback. We want to give individuals an opportunity to get a little more settled into the program and the instruction, let our students get used to it. When you think about that in-person instruction, this is day 9 of in-person for those who are, in our 4th through 12th. We had 3 days the first week, 4 days the second week, and now we're, right back in. And so really, when you think about getting used to something and it becoming a habit for you, it takes a little bit of time. And so what we'd like to do is give people a chance to get used to what they're doing, so that we can get some feedback on what is working and what isn't working, but give individuals a little bit of time to figure out what that is before we ask them for some feedback. So what we've just developed for you is a draft timeline of gathering feedback and how we would include stakeholders in that process to bring some information back to you for the December 1st meeting. So what we were looking at is doing an open-ended thought exchange and starting with that so that we could do, as Ms. Franklin was referencing earlier, and find out what people want us to ask. What are the questions that you're interested in learning about? What are the topics that you want to be asked about so that we can use that before we even develop the survey? And so we would roll that out. It would be open through the 30th so that we could continue to gather feedback, but starting on the 26th, we would bring together our advisory committees. So that would bring together our elementary, secondary, our equity, our school health, and our mental health advisory committees. We'll talk in the next presentation about those committee memberships, but if approved based upon the committee membership, that does make sure that we have diverse stakeholders, that we have students, that we have parents, that we have teachers, we have staff members involved in those decisions. So those individuals would look at a draft survey that would just be started based upon the thought exchange. And they would say, yes, these are good questions. We didn't ask this. We really think that you should explore these questions. And they would really help us develop that survey. We would then take that survey and launch that and begin collecting the data. Then we would take the data back to the advisory committees. We would say, here's the response from the surveys that we gathered. Please give us your recommendations based upon the information that we have collected. So then those advisory committees would give their recommendations, and those would be presented to the school board. The reason we wanted to work back from December was, as Dr. Meyer was referencing, making some changes at certain times might be a good decision for the school division. So we wanted to make sure to have enough time to plan out, gather, and then bring that data back to you for you to review. Again, this is just a draft timeline. If it's one that you approve of, we will begin moving forward with that. If you would like us to consider doing that differently, we can certainly do that as well.
Now, in November meeting, what we will vote is just adding those levels
Yes.
in phases.
Just adding that information to the document. We wouldn't change any, based upon what I'm recommending today, right? We wouldn't change anything. It's just adding that additional phase and updating that document with that information.
So it gives us the flexibility.
Yes.
And then the timeline we're going to follow in terms of getting the feedback is toward doing something different in spring semester.
Yes, if that's the will of the board.
That's the idea, right? Yeah. Any questions, board members?
I believe this should start now before the board makes any kind of decisions around how that extra time that you've worked into the schedule. I think these committee and probably some more people, I believe, should be added to it, should be having that discussion now before you start bringing us any kind of thing. I don't understand why we have to know about what we're going to do about this time period that we found before we have to know about everything else, because it could be that within that committee's work, they realize we need to do this with this extra time, or we need to leave this extra time just like it is. I don't understand why we're doing two different surveys.
Well, I think
don't have input from,
I'm sorry.
what I believe,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
from all the stakeholders that need to be given input.
I think the idea behind, I mean, just my guess, you guys can correct me. Idea is the feedback and timeline is not going to be effective till second semester. So I think they're using that 30 minutes extra sitting somewhere, or 15 and 30 or 15, to be able to use that before we hit January, I guess. But if the board's will is not to do anything till we go with this timeline do all the feedback and do all the changes in the next semester, that's again, will of the board.
If you start now with a larger committee, all stakeholders, then you don't have to wait all the way until December possibly to be able to get better direction as to what the folks in this community feel would be best for us as a plan. I don't think we need to be making a decision about that time at the next board meeting.
Well, okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
I think that's what I'm
if
hearing
that's
y'all
the
say,
will
not
of the
to do that.
board.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I want to hear, is that everybody feels, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to get the will of the board here. So are you all okay not to do anything with anything and start this process of gathering the feedback toward, a bigger decision? I guess that will be a level change decision or whatever I guess the outcome is they want us to do. So is it what I'm hearing?
What I would say is, I agree with so many things that people have said as far as keeping the schedule the same, having that consistency for families and all of that. And I totally get all that. I'm still very concerned about our kids, our secondary kids in this semester who won't have a second chance at that class. I'm concerned about that. So I don't know how to address that. I just want to say I'm very concerned, and maybe we can be thinking of how we handle that. But I'm fine with following this timeline and not trying to add the 15 extra minutes at this point in time. I'd rather.
Yeah, something, and that's fine. We can do that, and we can have good information for you on December 1st after
Right.
all this. And
All right.
I know it pushes it down the road some in terms of any time, but you got to remember, semester doesn't end this year in December. It doesn't end until the end of January. So you still have, we still have 5-6 weeks of school left in second semester. Second semester doesn't end until end of January this year.
Okay.
So, you could still, if you want to make an immediate change in December, you could do
You
that,
still do that.
with time, as a small increment type of change, if you would like. So,
I'm fine. I just want to figure out what is the direction we're trying to give.
So that's mine. You can go to the others now.
Any other board members' input?
I'm hearing one big survey for Ms. Graham.
I'm saying follow that timeline.
with
Don't
one
do
big-
anything,
not
follow
another
the
little one,
timeline.
But a big one, and
Right.
all the input. Okay.
Yeah. I think Ms. Franklin,
I
wants
heard Ms.
that
Franklin
too.
say that too.
I'm okay with that. Yep. Any other board members?
I'm good.
Sound good? Okay. All right. So we will start this process and bring you information and data on several topics on December 1st to discuss
All right.
how things may look and change moving forward based on impact or based on input rather from a lot of people that are impacted.
So again, I'm going to express my concerns about advisory committees and who is on those committees, because I want to have some of the naysayers, some of the cheerleaders, some of the folks who are, okay, let's figure this out, so that we're getting a good cross section of the folks in the district and in the community, the students, to say, okay, this is what we've come up with.
But the good thing is that's on the agenda tonight. We're going to be talking about all the advisory committees and who's on them. So that's a great time to have that discussion. That's perfect.
That's
Perfect
great.
timing. Yep.
Moving on, a little bit of the
know what
CARES Act funds. I see.
Ms. Krantz? It's your turn.
That's
I thought I got out of this. Well, and we've got some additional information to say. So we started out on the main CARES Act funds is what I refer to it as, and that was 1.524 million. You see the allocation that we did to the private schools, and then that has been, that went to court, and the way that it was calculated at that date was determined to be incorrect. However, if you had moved forward under that, then you're allowed, there's no going back on anything, and we proceeded under that. That left us with 1.478. We've expended and/or encumbered 1.018 million of it. The net remaining is 459,000. We have made a request to FEMA for 215,000, and that's just the first round. We've gone through 3 reviews. We're in our 4th review and hope to have that approved any day now. We did the CARES Act set aside funds that y'all began tonight on the approval for. So the total known COVID funds would be 1.165 million. Now, here's what's new to what we're presenting tonight. And we continue to spend the biggest part of our dollars in pretty much 2 major categories. One is PPEs. So all of the 1,080 gallons of disinfectant that we purchased, which was 4 tubs, we call it, we're going through 1 tub a month right now, and we anticipate that's going to pick up. That right there is $21,000. To purchase the shields, which we're going through face shields very quickly, 1 pallet of shields is $42,400. And so we'll be needing to order another round of shields. Youth masks, another item that we're going through at a pretty good clip. That's about $20,000. We'll be making a purchase there. So we see that as a district, we're going to continue to have that in the PPE side. And we're going to go into 3. The second category will be technology. We've seen more and more requests for technology to promote and maintain the remote learning. That is expensive. It sets up a strong backbone to go beyond today and into the future, but there's a lot of money up front. And so that's been another area we focused on. And then the third area that we're focused on is salaries. So for example, bus drivers. Bus drivers today are driving 4 hours more than their standard contract. Their 4 hours is $7,400 a day. Over half of a year, that's $660,000. That's what the district's incurring. Now, the good news that we've gotten is that the county and the state both receive money from the federal government. In our case, we're able to spend the dollars all the way up into 2022. In the case of the county and the state, they have to spend their money on or before December 31st of 2020. And there is no exception.
Oh, wow. It's coming soon.
So we have been approached by both entities. It appears on the state side, we're going to get about $1.6 million. We will have less than 50 days to spend that. Okay, and it has to be spent, not encumbered. The good news about it is we can go backwards. So anything we incurred from March 13th at the closure through December 31st, we can get reimbursed for. And then the county has money. So they received 17.6 million. They gave the 2 towns 8 million combined. Then they funded their PPE as a county. And so they had a pot of money left over that they've gone to different outside groups to see if they had any interest for those funds. They're working with us now. We don't have a set dollar amount, but I do anticipate it's going to be rather large, that they'll look to see if we can use that for us. So our intent, the will of the superintendent and the school board, is we will continue to focus on PPEs. So sneeze guards. We're probably looking at $500,000 to $750,000 just right there, depending on, is it an individual desk, or am I going to take a table and divide it into 2, or am I take and divide it into 3? And we have the product that can handle that and create a safe working space for the students. There's even products that are available. So for a teacher, you can have, it's a rolling cart basically. Divider here, a rolling cart, and they maintain a divider between them and their students at all times. thousands of different products that are being offered out there. So we feel confident whatever the needs are from protective devices that we can secure it and we can provide it. Number two, we are monitoring on the PPEs. We're going to be buying on the lead items. So probably we'll be upping the 1,080 gallons in the next 30 days. We'll probably be upgrading our mask in the next 30 days, both on the face shields as well as the regular masks. We'll also be upping our N95 masks, which we had planned to. We knew those were things were going to be coming, but now that the opportunities there with the funds will be a little bit quicker than we may have been initially. If we fill up the warehouse where we're at, which we will do, because it's limited, we'll be using Cambria as a stopgap because we've got that middle warehouse. You know, we've got basically the three areas. You got the bus garage, the warehouse, and the maintenance building. That garage we'll use, warehouse we'll use as a spare to help us achieve with some of the things we'll have to purchase on the front end.
And then fuel cost, right? For the buses.
Fuel costs may or may not. And fuel costs are very, you know, my biggest expense there. Fuel is expensive. Your operating cost for half of a year is going to be over $300,000 on those buses. So it's not cheap, but
Right.
it's not.
It's relative with the other.
Some of these numbers are so big, you lose sight of the
Yeah.
of the six-figure ones.
Any questions for members?
Need to get all we can get.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
We just need to get all that we can get.
We are.
Yeah.
And we're not, we're watching the market and things are getting tight again on some of the supply chain. Not everything, but we're starting to see it again coming up. And it's changing. I mean, 3 weeks ago, we couldn't get trucks into Virginia.
Yeah.
We looked to procure some items and we couldn't find a commercial trucker that would drive into the state. So but it changes by the day on us.
Mm.
And I'm sure, Penny, you're seeing that in y'all's operation, but it's changing by the day.
Yeah.
All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, next, the school board is asked to hear directly from the Gifted Advisory Committee about their proposed changes for the Gifted Plan. They'll be followed by Ms. Knapp, who will present the division response. Becca.
Good evening,
Good
members
evening.
of the board, superintendent. My name is Sophia Midkiff. I'm the co-chair of the Gifted Advisory Committee. Everybody can hear me okay?
Speaking to the mic a little bit more. A little closer.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is better?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's better.
Sorry.
It's tricky.
The GAC has been, I'm here with the other co-chair, Anna Vijaya. And then the other GAC member, Emily Loda, to present you to the recommendation for the gifted plan. And what we did was we started drafting the recommendations in early May. And the email was sent out to all the gifted parents to ask for input. And so we had that document as a living document. So the members of the GAC has been working with that for about a month based on the input from other parents and the discussions with the parents and the discussions within the GAC. And then we did a final read through by all the members of the GAC and agreed on our recommendations. That's what I sent to you, all of you, at the end of June, I think, or mid-June. That's how we got it done this year. And so I'm going to ask Anna and Emily to talk about our findings and the recommendations.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to start out. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start off. You can go to the Oh, I go to the next slide. Okay. What do I do? Go back. Yeah.
Too far.
Go back.
Here we go.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so this slide talks about the key issues that we're addressing in our recommendations, and each of these 4 areas will be talked about in more detail. So first, we have the differentiated curriculum and instruction. So basically, many parents have reported that math and English instruction in the classroom for their gifted children is not actually rigorous enough to challenge their students at a level that helps them to grow as they could. And we also noted that differentiated service plans are individualized only to students' grade level cohort or cluster group and not to the student's particular individual educational needs. And so our recommendations are attempting to strengthen the division's commitment to deliver appropriate intellectual challenge to each and every student, as is stated in the gifted plan. The next area is delivery of services. As I think you all know, MCPS students are identified for gifted services based on their aptitudes in math and/or English, those 2 subject areas. State regulations do specify several other areas in which students may be identified as gifted, but leadership is not one of those areas. And so we are recommending that the leadership component be dropped from the iLead program that's being rolled out, and that gifted services should focus on the areas of identification, which are math and English, rather than spending time with the leadership curriculum. In our next area, we have identification and equitable representation. Many parents came to GAC meetings last year asking questions about the procedures for screening, referring, and identifying students for gifted services. And I think there was a lot of confusion about how those decisions were made. And so we're recommending, that the gifted plan be amended so that the information on this identification process is accessible to the public, and it also ensures that this process is unbiased and consistently applied across all schools. And then in the last area, parent and community communication, we appreciate that the division values communication as key to the involvement of parents in their children's education. And we're just recommending additional steps that the division can take to ensure that parents are informed about the services provided to their child and about any changes in service that are being planned. And so I'm going to hand it over to Emily, who's going to talk in more detail about the differentiated curriculum and instruction area.
So we have 5 recommendations for the differentiated curriculum and instruction. The first one is in the math area of math curriculum, and as a division math teacher, this is pretty important to me. So we are recommending a more complete curriculum for math, similar to what is provided for cluster teachers in the area of language arts through the William and Mary literacy units. We Myself, another former GAC member, some math teachers and coaches have begun to work on this, but it's not complete at this time. And so the idea is that teachers can look by grade level and by unit of study and find information readily available right there. But we'd like to see that be a part of the gifted services plan. We also recommend math and language arts curriculum meet individuals' instructional needs. So we are recommending more instructional rigor be provided in the areas of identification, which are only math and language arts for Montgomery County Public Schools. we are recommending increased focus on subject content during the pull-out time and increased support for differentiation for cluster teachers from the gifted resource teachers. Currently, instruction in the areas of identification is provided by the cluster teachers primarily or only, depending on the school, and we feel that they need additional support from the GRTs, which is our gifted resource teachers, to support and fulfill effective implementation as the plan describes. Our third recommendation is the use of MAP data to ensure appropriate differentiation. MAP scores should be used to guide appropriate instruction for gifted students as they are for all students. MAP data is a useful and clear indicator of what a student knows and what they're ready to learn. This data would allow for a more clear path of differentiation or acceleration beyond the current scope, which tends to usually only be within about one school year. Many gifted students are multiple grade levels ahead, and the current levels of differentiation are not meeting their academic needs. We recommend measures to be put in place to ensure appropriate differentiation and that it's consistently occurring in all cluster classrooms. So not only do cluster teachers need to be able to easily find and access materials for differentiation, they need more involvement from the GRTs to support the implementation of differentiated instruction. So we are recommending additional collaboration, as is found in co-teaching environments in our special education classrooms, to ensure that differentiation is occurring and meeting the students' needs. And there is also a part in the recommendation that measures be put into place for oversight by possibly building administrators to make sure that this is actually occurring. And our last recommendation is the start of classroom services earlier in the school year. And I understand that classroom teachers need to build their class community. I understand that there's a lot, especially in the elementary schools, there's a lot of assessments that need to be done. So we're not asking for immediate push in or pull out support, but that rather than 4-6 weeks or more, it's beginning after about the first 2 weeks of school. And Anna will discuss our recommendations for the delivery of service.
So for delivery of services, our first recommendation is the reinstatement of GRT positions. We're recommending that 2.5 GRT positions, which were lost back in 2012, be reinstated. And this will help MCPS deliver services equitably to all gifted students. Our second recommendation is regarding leadership education. So this is regarding iLead. As you know, MCPS is rolling out the new gifted program model for gifted resource teacher pullout time called iLead. And the planned curriculum includes many curricular areas, including math and reading units and many STEM areas. But there is also a leadership component, and this involves instruction in leadership style and guidance in developing personal leadership skills. So the GAC's recommendation here is to drop the leadership component of iLead and to change the program name. And the reason we're recommending this is, again, because MCPS students are identified for gifted services based on their aptitudes for math and or English, not based on their leadership skills. And many parents of gifted students have expressed frustration that they're expecting that time spent on the leadership curriculum will take away from the other curricular units. And the GAC agrees that it's important that gifted services should focus on challenging students and stimulating their growth in their identified areas of strength, rather than in leadership, which is something that not only gifted students can display, but all students. So if MCPS sees value in providing leadership training, then we're recommending that this should be not limited to the GAC, the gifted program, but should be offered to all students. Okay, so moving on to the next point, equitable access to passion fairs. Passion fairs are sort of ways for students to display independent work, like a science fair. And participation in this kind of event has long been considered an appropriate educational experience for all students. Gifted students are not the only ones who would benefit from the chance to work on an independent project and to present their work. And we've also heard from some parents that some children who are not in the gifted program have been very upset not to be able to participate in passion fairs along with their classmates and friends. And so we are recommending that all students, not just gifted, be given the opportunity to participate in passion fairs. And since it's important that all students be given equal access to these opportunities, we're also recommending that gifted resource teachers not dedicate their pull-out time to passion fair projects. And that would clear out more time for other curricular activities. And the next point is regarding grade level acceleration. Part 6 of the gifted plan, both the old and new version, specifies that decisions on whole grade level acceleration are made by school-based committees using a scale called the Iowa Acceleration Scale. However, anecdotal evidence indicates that this may not always be used and that there may be inconsistencies in acceleration opportunities among schools in the division. In addition, the gifted plan mentions subject-specific acceleration where, for example, a third grader might be able to participate in fourth grade math if it's appropriate, but the gifted plan doesn't specify procedures whereby a decision would be made for that to be able to happen. So we're recommending that the gifted plan be amended to establish clear division-wide procedures both for whole grade level acceleration and for subject-specific acceleration. And then the final point I'm going to be talking about is assessment of student outcomes and academic growth. And this is in relation to Part 10 of the gifted plan, which, according to state guidelines, should provide procedures for, and I'm quoting, the annual review of the effectiveness of the school division's gifted education program, including the review of student outcomes and the academic growth of gifted students. Both the old and the new gifted plan fail to include procedures for the review of student outcomes and academic growth to be used during the annual effectiveness review. And so the GIC recommends amending Part 10 of the gifted plan to state that for the effectiveness review, MAP data will be one of the assessments used to review student outcomes and academic growth. And this is not a big step since MCPS does already administer MAP testing to students in grades 2 through 8. So that's data is already available. We also want to note that as an assessment tool for gifted students, MAP testing is especially appropriate since it does have the ability to assess progress of students who may be working above grade level. And so I think Sophia is going to finish up our presentation.
Before I move on for the last 2 points, I just want to emphasize again for the iLead, it's a good program and we don't have problem really with the leadership component of it. We just think it's not gifted specific, in particular for the areas that our children are identified, which is math and English. So instead, I think the leadership component of the iLead program is actually fun, which is why I encountered parents asking me why that part of the program is only accessible by the gifted children and not their children who are not in the gifted program. So on the one hand, we have parents who are frustrated that their kids cannot participate in fun program. On the other side, the gifted parents are also want to see more time spent on academic vigor in math and science, in math and English. So I think if we make that available to everybody, I think we probably solve that problem. And that's the reason we want to recommend that. I just want to clarify that. And there are two areas that the GAC would like to talk a little bit more. Those are the areas that has longstanding problems. One is the identification and the equitable representation. Even when my son was in the first grade or maybe kindergarten, that was an issue because I think the rule is that the kids are not being screened or being evaluated until second grade, but there are kids who has been identified earlier, and that's based on parents or guardian or teacher's recommendation. But many parents don't know that. And so there has been confusions and questions about that. And so we recommend, the GAC recommend that to put exactly what the policies are in terms of identification into the gifted plan to make it very clear so that it's clear for both the teachers and the parents what the policies are in terms of the identification. And the other thing is the communication. Now, that is the area that I find very frustrating so many years on the GAC. I find on the one hand, for example, the presentation of the iLead program. I think that the gifted program has been doing their parts to do the presentations, to tell people about the iLead. And yet the many parents still don't quite understand what it means to their children. What exactly the iLead means to the schools that their kids are, what they're going to do. So the GAC would recommend that to look into that to see how we can improve, in general, all the communications, and that's including the iLead program, and also the communication of the class teachers with the parents, the guardians, and of course, in general about the mechanics of gifted education at MCPS. And so with that, I think we conclude our recommendation presentation. So if you have any questions.
Board members, do you have questions for the team?
I would just like to thank you all for taking on the time and effort to come up with this plan. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sitting too long, Ms. Knapp.
I'm sorry. Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Meyer, I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity, not only for letting the GAC present their recommendations, because that's one of the pieces that we want to do and want to make sure that happens moving forward, is that we do bring those recommendations on a yearly basis with who's on our committee. So I think that's one thing that's really come out of this work, thanks to Anna and Sophia, who've really pushed to make sure that the GAC has these opportunities. So I do think moving forward, you're going to see us every year with these recommendations and with who's going to be on our committee. I wanted to begin in just a minute with a little timeline of our work, because we're talking about the 2025 plan. But every time it seems like I speak with you or I give some input about what's happening in the plan, it seems like there's some documents that we're still sort of confused about. And we get that when we have people coming in and listening to our meetings. So just briefly, a couple of things that I'm going to talk about in just a minute is this is the 2013-2020 plan. And so that was a 7-year plan that we did make some changes to in 2018. And that's the plan that we used to start our work on the 2025 plan. And that's the draft of this right here. So everything we did started with this work. We had a technical review, and then that's where also the GAC members started their work, because that's what they do. They look at how we were doing, how we progressed through the plan, and that was the old plan, and then looked at the revisions, which were some of the things that we did here in the 2025 plan. In addition to that, we have the annual recommendations from the GAC. So I'll be talking about all three of those pieces. And I want to thank Helen for staying up past her 9 o'clock bedtime. She's
I'm there at the.
I know. She's a GRT. And so she is, we talk about how the development of the plan happened, she was a piece of that delivery of service or curriculum model. And she's our lead teacher and helps with that curriculum. So she's able to help with some of those questions with what's in that curriculum. But if you look at this slide, it talks about a timeline. And our timeline was a little different than what the GAC's timeline was. So we started in November of 2019 with a technical review, and then looking at the 213-220 plan. Then we started meeting in small groups. So those small groups are parents, they're administrators of curriculum, they were GAC members, and then they helped us develop that. So in thinking about the administrators of curriculum, we had special ed, we had ESL, we had the English curriculum supervisor, and then math working with us as well. Then we created from these small groups a draft of the 2025 plan. We posted it on the website, and then we sent it out to our stakeholders to take a look at. After our input came back in, then we were back in our small groups again. We read all of those pieces, even divided up when we had a couple of different parents that had some specific pieces with the identification process. Those pieces, again, were then when re-looked at again to make a decision about where they needed to fit in the new plan. And then I submitted the plan to Dr. Wickham and Mr. Pauly, and then they brought it to the board for your approval. I wanted to give you a little bit of information on what types of stakeholder feedback that we used. You can see lots of surveys because we use surveys to gather a lot of data from a lot of our constituents. So just quickly, just looking down that list, we started in March 2019. We have parent surveys, we have student surveys, we have family surveys, we had communication surveys. What about the DSP? What do you want that's different on the website? And then lastly, at the bottom, we have a lot of ongoing pieces that we use to improve our program at all times. When we create a plan, there's lots of additional documents to use. And this slide just talks about those documents that come from the VDOE. There's reference documents for creating a plan. We had a division review in 2016. We used that review. We used our annual recommendations from the GAC from the 2 prior years. There's a document from the state, and that's why this binder is so large, because even though I sent some documents that had links to the state documents, when we have one, we have a plan that we'll have in the building in case someone doesn't have internet access. It just has each of those pieces that we use to create the document. So the twice exceptional document, the high school document, all of those were used to create our plan. We also used curriculum pieces from the curriculum that we're currently using. So those are the last 2 lines on this slide. And then we also have some PD with our classroom teachers that gave us some input on curriculum as well. Next, Helen's going to take some time. I think what you'll find out is that we were listening to the same parents that the GAC was listening to. And so when those pieces came into committee, in some places, you'll see that those recommendations are in our goals. And then in other places, you'll see that those recommendations are in the plan. So Helen's going to take some time to look at the recommendations that the GAC recommended and talk to you about where we see those in the goal statements or in the plan. And then I'll come back and finish up with the last 2 slides.
Thank you, Mrs. Knapp. Board members, Dr. Meyer, thank you so much for having me tonight. I'm only sad that you didn't offer coffee. So as Diane said, on the next 4 slides, you'll see the areas in which we concur with the GAC recommendations. What I'd like to point out is the recommendations are listed on the left, and then the evidence where we have incorporated that information is detailed in the middle column. And then there are a few places where we maybe disagree slightly on their language, and that is what's listed on the right-hand column, and that's kind of what I'm going to go through this evening with you. So in their first category of recommendations, they asked us to talk about differentiated curriculum and instruction. On one area in here, they asked that we use MAP data to set student goals. And I absolutely agree that MAP data is an excellent use of information. However, I just want to point out we use MAP data in addition to other assessments because we want to make sure every kid gets a well-rounded look. And MAP data is one test on one day. And if you want to take just a moment to look at the other information before I move to the next slide. The second area that they asked us to discuss was delivery of services. The reinstatement of 2.5 GRT positions is brought up annually in their recommendations, and I absolutely agree that it would be lovely to have those positions reinstated and would absolutely increase our ability to serve MCPS students. Almost all of our GRTs are split between 2 buildings, and they're stretched thin. I would like to highlight their suggestion regarding individual projects and passion fairs. Again, I absolutely agree that all students would benefit from participating in this kind of learning. And we as a staff have offered resources to any general ed classroom teacher that has asked for them to do those projects in their classroom. We've also had a variety of students participate in our passion fairs over the years, not just identified gifted students. So any student that has come and said, could I also present, has been welcomed. We as a staff have committed to the importance of this time of problem-based learning, and therefore we've decided it's important to dedicate a portion of our service time to independent projects. Additionally, research supports the idea of presenting your project to an authentic audience, and therefore we do believe the importance of passion fairs, but that happens at different schools in different ways. So every school is given the opportunity to host their authentic audience in a way that best suits their school based on space, time, and school needs. The third area that we focused on was the identification process and equitable representation of our students. The GAC asked us to clarify how our identification process for kindergarten and first grade students differs from that of 2nd through 12th grade. And I would just like to tell you that it does not differ at all. It is consistent for all students K through 12 based on VDOE recommendations and requirements. We have universal screening for all students in MCPS, and we would take any student who shows aptitude and has the appropriate data through the identification process. I would just note that it often takes a semester or more to collect that appropriate data. The final area that I would like to talk about this evening is parent and community communication. Again, we absolutely agree that communication with parents about our program is of the utmost importance. During the 2019-20 school year, we had 4 schools implementing the iLead program, and families from those schools began receiving communication in the spring 2019, prior to that implementation. It was our intention this year to have iLead implemented at more schools. However, due to the governor's orders to close schools in March, this plan had to be altered. Some schools were not able to complete their iLead implementation process prior to March, and therefore those schools were not yet ready to communicate with parents. And that is a principal decision. The communication process is outlined in our iLead tenets, and when schools are prepared to do so, they will communicate with all stakeholders. As I stated before, our department is fully committed to open communication with families and stakeholders. So to improve our efforts in this area, the gifted staff sent surveys out in February to ask families and teachers about communication. And we use that feedback to write new goal statements in our updated plan. And I think it's important to note that because we spent that time in May working on that families were able to receive their first email from us prior to even the start of school this year. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Diane.
So there's two areas that I felt like the GAC made some strong recommendations for that we didn't follow those recommendations, or just, it wasn't necessarily the GAC, but it was parent recommendations and some changes in the program. So one of them is the leadership component in iLead, and we do have parents that are participants in the 4 schools that believe the leadership component is a big piece of iLead. And I think we've brought those children to you and had them share some of that with you. So we continue to do research. We continue to look at that component. We continue to find a balance of what those pieces are and what iLead looks like. Currently, we don't have iLead in any of our schools right now because of the phase we're in, and we're just using a push-in model. So again, as more schools become more involved in this, then we'll be able to share that information with individual schools. The second parent that wants to take their child out of the math curriculum, and all students in Montgomery County, not just gifted students, they use the adopted math the adopted math series, and that's Go Math. And so we start with that series, and then we support students that need additional help, and then we support students with the differentiation from that program. But what we found out last year is that we were getting a lot of comments from the students, from the cluster teachers, and even from some parents that said, we need something stronger. So again, I thank Emily because she was part of that group. And one thing that we did is we created a goal statement in this plan that not only talks about increasing that rigor for English, but also increasing that rigor in math. So that small group started that work back in May, and they've created a really nice document that we've got a good start on that takes that level of Go Math and then adds more resources to it. But hours and hours, again, I want to thank Emily because she spent a lot of summer time doing that, and we anticipate that we're ready to push that out probably within a couple of weeks to our cluster teachers, so we'll be able to support them with the Go Math series. And the last part, you heard a lot of, we really believe in meeting the needs of our identified students, but in our plan, our program is a little different from special ed, where they have an IEP. We do a group approach or a cluster approach with students. So our DSP is for our classroom teachers to differentiate for the core or the group of students in their classroom. So all that is outlined in the plan and in our goal statements. So now, if any of you have any questions that Helen and I can.
I'd like to make a couple comments.
Okay.
I've certainly followed Gifted for the last 21 years, ever since my daughters were in elementary school. So I try to stay on top of it. I'm not always the best at it, but I wanted to make just a couple of comments. I've seen over the years that what is implemented in the Gifted, for the gifted students, ends up spreading out to all of our students. I think that's very telling in and of itself. And I would have to agree with the GAC in the fact that iLead is a very deceptive name because it's not just about leadership, not at all. In fact, it's things that we wish, again, we could push out to every student. But the best place to start are with our gifted students. And I know personally, in observing how this works, you're not spending time away from language arts and math to do, I don't want to call it iLead because I would prefer it had a different name. Because it's not just leadership, and I think that's deceiving. But you incorporate that into what you're doing. You are teaching these students the Stephen Covey habits of children, the successful habits. And you're teaching them organizational skills and independence and self-control and how they relate to others. And at least for the gifted students my children grew up with, those children more than anyone needed that, because they have a tendency, because they're so gifted, to isolate themselves. And I think that, doing the habits that help with social and organization and self-control, thinking ahead and planning ahead, and just mainly using that verbiage as you're working through the project that the students are working on, helps them have that critical thinking and go, oh, wait a minute, if I had asked everyone first how it would be best to do this, then I might not have gotten here and decided I messed up something. So it's the whole critical thinking, and that would be great to have that in all of our schools, in all of our classrooms. And honestly, I see it eventually happening. I know that Christiansburg Elementary does a lot with the habits in their regular classrooms, not just gifted. But anyway, mainly I just wanted to say thank you. The habits are also in the William and Mary. So we talk about the William and Mary. It'd be nice to have that for math.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what I want.
yeah, I mean, that's already incorporating the habits in it. So would it be nice if we had more gifted in math? Absolutely. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest problems nationwide, is that there aren't a lot of gifted materials in math for you guys to use. And I think it's great that Emily is doing all that work, because again, MCPS will be ahead of most other people, and it will help so many students across the United States, because I know you guys are great at going to conferences and learning from other people and sharing with other people. So her work was not done for naught, certainly. I mean, but anyway, I know it would be nice to have more GRTs. And it would be nice if the federal government and the state government thought it was a priority to give us some resources for gifted teachers. Unfortunately, they only seem to focus on the testing, the SOL testing, which is very disappointing, because that's not really, it's not really doing what's best for all of our kids. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you and add that piece about iLead. Let's change the name and let's eventually, I'd love to see that rolled out in the next 4 or 5 years to all of our classrooms. To build those skills for our students will make them ahead of the game in every arena. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other comments, board members? I definitely appreciate everything both GAC did and you guys always do. And I wish we have more dollars to put, GRTs in every place, that you don't have to run around and
I have a question. Can I
Sure.
ask a couple quick questions. And I think I've asked this before. One, reevaluation. A lot of, I don't see anything about, so once a student's identified as gifted, they just stay gifted all the way through till they graduate. And I just wonder if that, because what I've seen teaching middle school is that children change. And they get to middle school and they're identified as gifted, but they're not, and so they're getting pulled out of their classes, and they really need to be in their classes. That becomes a kind of a conflict, and so I'm just wondering if that's something we're considering doing.
Yeah, sure. So first to say, yes, the state of Virginia says that once we have placed that label on a child, only the parent can make that choice to take it off of their record. I think that you'll find that's why we spend so much time collecting data, and why it maybe looks like we're not identifying K-1 students, because we are trying to be very careful and collect as much data as possible, because we're very aware that that label follows them through 12th grade. And so we don't want to put a label on a child that would later cause them difficulty. We are constantly reviewing our plan and constantly reviewing our process. And especially this year, we're reviewing our process through the lens of equity, but also through the lens of virtuality. I don't know what the right word would be for that. But a lot of our screening is we ask our teachers to spend 6 weeks watching their students and tally marking and giving us information, anecdotal evidence. And that looks very different this year. I think if a classroom teacher one more thing was put on his or her plate, they might punch me in the face. And I don't want that for anybody. So we are spending some time rethinking our process and trying to figure out how we can adapt it to this new environment and to be equitable. And I think you'll see that we have spent the last few years looking at that and trying to make sure that we're collecting the best data possible. And so the numbers I have seen are, when I first became a GRT, I had groups of 16, 20 kids per grade level, and now I maybe have 7 or 8. So I think we are really honing in our process and making sure that we're making the best choice for kids. And like Marty said, what are we doing best for kids? Like, I think I need that as a tattoo, like what's best for kids right here, so that I look at it all the time.
You mentioned equity. So what do we do about identification of those students whose parents aren't making recommendations? Or, how are we identifying, the students who normally we wouldn't think of as gifted? I guess it's up to teachers to identify those, and that's not
So
always...
we use the Kingor observation inventory, which really does have a lens of equity, and we train our teachers every year on that process. And in the last 2 years, have really focused on how are we looking for those non-traditional gifted students, not the little girl who raises her hand in the front row every day with the neat outfit and the cute pigtails. We're looking for the kids who are slumped in the back because they're bored or they're not engaged. And so by trying to train our teachers, who are our front line of being with these kids and knowing, because they're with them 7 hours a day, how can we get that information from them to say, who is it we need to be looking at? But we also use map data. We also use other data that's associated with our English and math programs. So part of my job, which I didn't know when I signed on for it, Diane, was that I'm a data hound now. I have spreadsheets everywhere of lists of kids, and I'm looking at all their scores and trying to see, is putting them through this testing process what's best for them? So for sure, we love to hear from parents, but I would say most of our recommendations come from teachers. I had teachers in my room today saying, you've got to look at this, and this kid. Can you believe that they did this well on the map? I would never have thought of them before that. So.
Okay, thank you.
And just to add one comment about, we have multiple people come to us in multiple years and say, we want you to do the fine arts. We want you to add music. We want you to add science. And we looked at some of those pieces because we were getting this strong sense from parents this year. We want you to really focus on math and English. And for us to do that work, it's going to take us about a year. And so that's why we put such strong goal statements. And we've already started working with our administrator of equity. So we've already started the process of looking at each of our pieces, deciding how it works for all students. We've already looked at our profile form, and we're changing that to include our L's. So the work is there, and it's outlined in the goal statements. The plan is more of a broader sense of what happens, but our goals really take apart the pieces that we're going to work on this year. And your comment, that is another piece that we may even look at, is if we have a general identification for elementary students, there's a lot of divisions that then go to a subject level piece when you hit middle school. And that's where you have that strong math piece, and where we're starting to not just focus on differentiation, but using our honors courses for English and math. And that may be one area that we come back and recommend in another year or two after we really look at our stakeholders and figure out what's best for our students.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members? Thank you, both of you, and appreciate you guys staying late.
Board members, I'm trying to do a better job at finding a natural break before I let you know that we've hit close to 11 minutes. I have not asked Annie for a time on her next presentation.
So let me say this.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Annie and I have been discussing this. The advisory committee presentation, we would recommend that and the Career and Technical Advisory Committee approval be taken off the agenda. That's something we can do at the next meeting.
All right.
And we could quickly get through the policy approval and the approval of the Special Ed Advisory Committee.
So you want us
So
to?
I can make a motion to
To
do
amend the
just what
agenda?
he said.
I second
All right. So we are
Removing-
skipping the advisory
Did we ask-
committee one.
Wait,
I'm so sorry. Did we ask who was in favor of that motion?
No,
all in
Jeff.
favor?
Aye.
I
I didn't know we voted.
double
We're
head.
good.
There was a motion and a second, so we need to move forward with
That's
that.
right.
I'll take care of doing it in this piece. and
Okay.
then- What,
We're doing the policy.
we don't need another presentation. Oh, it's okay. Had to get my bearings.
So you want us to extend before we go to the policies?
Let's just see how long this takes. What do you think?
We still have to do
Because-
closed session
Yeah,
though.
close is not that long.
It sounds to me like you
no.
approved to move forward with the agenda as revised, therefore
Yeah.
extending the time of the meeting. Does anyone disagree with that analysis?
Okay,
Okay?
that sounds
No,
good.
All right, sounds
Yeah,
good.
okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you cover both
Do
of
some
them.
funky stuff. That's just me.
We're good.
And I just want to say to our gifted folks, I will reach out to you since we're extending this presentation to next time. I'll touch bases with you guys. Okay. All right. All right. So we're going to move to 2.3 or 2-3.1. It isn't coming up, but as a reminder, that was the policy that I included the revisions that you asked. Instead of putting strands, we changed it to communities and changed to stakeholder. That's policy 2-3.1.
May I have a motion to approve that policy?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Any other questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We approve our policy.
Yeah. And then next, we would ask for you to approve the membership for the SEAC committee. Dr. Walker, was there anything you needed to share?
He's afraid.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the members of the Special Education Advisory Committee.
So moved.
Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We approve that. Thank you. The next item is unfinished business. Any unfinished items you would like to bring forward or discuss? Hearing none, I'm going to new business. Any new matters would you like to bring forward?
I'm sorry, but yes, real quick. I received a couple of questions about us taking temperatures of students, students' temperatures before as they come into the building, and if there was anything we could do to assist families with flu shots.
Jason? Jason's got all the answers. We're good to go.
First question, I believe, had to do with taking temperatures. And again, we go back to the discussion that the board had back in June or July. I'm sorry, I don't remember the date where we had the discussion. And certainly we'll do the will of the board if that's what the board chooses to direct us to do in regards to taking the temperatures as students enter the building.
What was the discussion around why we didn't?
At that time, I don't think CDC was recommending. I don't know if they changed, their.
And there's so many factors to that. There's, different types of temperature readers give out conflicting information and,
These are all part of the discussion
if they're
that you had back in
asymptomatic.
July. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
100%. And we know some other places have decided to proceed. And I think that opens the door for some of our community to say, why are we different from one division to another? Yes, ma'am. We are working on the flu vaccines, working very hard with the health department and also working very diligently with a local pharmacy to try to be able to provide the vaccines. The issue right now, of course, with the health department is that, of course, they're stretched very, very thin. And then for them to be able to try to support us across 20 schools, typically they would come and spend the morning or an afternoon or some stretch of time, and we would cycle through every student that desired it. And then they would be able to be free to go to the next building. With a hybrid model, they have to come and pretty much be willing to stay all day long at each of our schools. But we are working on it. We do have a tentative plan in place that would have vaccines available and even available in schools by the end of October. We're pushing as hard as we can to try to meet that recommended end of October target deadline. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good question.
I think, doesn't Virginia Tech offer, they have I thought this week, their offer to all community members, not just.
There are several.
There's like a walk-in
The health
one coming
department,
up.
the bus walk-in. The last several years, we've been able to offer it within the school during the school day, which of course is so convenient. That's what we're trying to be able to do once again. But COVID has definitely made it difficult, and our schedule has made it more difficult.
There's a bunch of places in Christiansburg that are doing it.
Sure.
CVS and the drugstores and
Yeah.
Kroger, they're all free.
Jason, don't we
Some
have a list
folks
of
just don't.
that on the COVID update that you sent
It's
out?
it's been coming out. It's been on the task force notes the last several days.
Yeah.
We've been working with Miss Drake to try to compile it to be able to put on our website and social media to push out all those dates as we
Right.
have. There are some guidelines at the various times where they bring the bus for the community ones.
Right.
We're trying to make sure we have all that information straight before we push it out.
Yeah, good.
It's a great question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Moving on to announcements and information. I think one thing that I would like to remind board members that this year, VSBA meeting is virtual, and it is November 18 through 20. So if you like to register to attend, please send an email to Ms. Drake for that. And I know they are doing the delegate assembly in a different day, which is Ms. Parton and Mr. Chabaka, Monday the 16th at noon. And if anything else, no announcements, I'm going to agenda prep, and you can quickly see that our next meeting will be next Tuesday, and it will be via Zoom. And then the November, of course, 3rd meeting will be school board office, because that's the election day. We can't use this place. And then the November 17 will be again, virtual anti-bias, anti-racism development. And that will cover, I guess, till December. And December will be at this room, December 1st one. And now ready to get into the closed session.
And let me ask a question about closed session.
Sure.
And it's totally up to you all. I was talking to Mr. Knott, and there's nothing to bring to your attention on the personnel report unless you have read it and have a question about something on it.
Okay.
And Mr. Garrett, we have religious exemptions. I guess my thought is if you have questions on any of it that you've read, we go ahead and go into closed session. Do we have to go into closed session if you don't have any questions on it? That's my question. You see what I'm asking?
Lots of questions. Oh, woo!
I mean, because sometimes you do have on the religious exemption some questions and personnel report. And if you do, that's fine. We can go to closed session.
It will be, below the board. I don't have personally any questions.
I mean,
I don't have any
does anybody have any? I mean, if
Okay.
one person has questions, I think we can go.
So what would be, do we need a motion to change the agenda?
No, we just,
We're good?
You
Just not they have the closed session?
Right.
All right.
Okay. Never thought about it. It took me 5 years to figure that out.
we have to,
And so I could have done that a long time ago.
can't jump that far, Jamie. I can't jump that far.
Come on,
I didn't even know I could do that. Think
So
about
at this time, we have to then directly go to approving the religious
Personnel
exemptions
reports,
and the personnel reports.
Right.
Let's see. Sure.
Mess with Ms. Drake's.
Actually, in my cheat sheet, we don't have the approval of the religious exemption part. So I'll make that as I go.
If it's okay with you, Ms. Karan, we'll start with the personnel report.
I'm sorry?
If it's okay with you, we'll start with the personnel. report.
Okay, sure. May I have a motion to adopt the personnel report?
So moved.
Third, fourth, fifth.
Any discussions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We approve the personnel reports.
Thank you so much, Ms. Karan. And then for the religious exemptions, the board will be voting on exempting 4 students from compulsory attendance in Montgomery County Schools.
Thank you. May I have a motion for that?
So make a motion.
Thank you. Ms. Bond did it. Any second?
Second.
Ms. Graham seconded. Any questions? Then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And then anything else? If nothing, we are done before 11:30, 11:28 to be precise.
Yay.
Oh, that was fast.